And we welcome our next climber out to join us to start the competition here. Akiyo Noguchi, our world ranked number 2. The chief of Anna Stöhr's competition. So Akiyo made it through to the finals in Chongqing, as you remember, came 4th. No podium position for her at the first comp of the season. The last time we saw her before that, in the boulder problems, was at World Championships in Paris just recently. She came 6th there as well. That was last year, 2012. But the boulders were very similar to what we're seeing here. Something reminiscent of Paris. Individual boulder walls as opposed to one long wall with the separate problems on there. Relatively quick start here. As you can see, more or less exactly the same technique. Relatively easy to read. There are a few others further on down the line of these 5 as well that Manu has said should be relatively easy to read. A bit more difficult. No problem for these athletes at the top of their game though. Akiyo Noguchi, very easy flash there for her. It's a good start for Noguchi.
Ce qu'il faut faire pour pouvoir passer, mais vous allez voir par la suite, ça va être beaucoup plus compliqué. Il va y avoir beaucoup plus de tentatives à mesure que les concurrents vont passer.
So a relatively slow start this morning. That's due to the fact that our athletes that first come out are the highest seeded. We have the highest seeded come out first. So we saw Anna Stöhr, our world ranked number 1, followed by Akiyo Noguchi, our world ranked number 2. And both of those athletes were very quick to flash there. We wait for the 5-minute timer to tick away. That is their allotted time before we wait for our next athlete to join us. That's always a problem with the qualifications. When you do start with the highest ranked athletes, they tend to complete it within about the first 30 seconds, and 4.5 minutes go by and we look at a blank wall. If you are joining us, let us know your opinions on the walls actually. Something worth chatting about. Interesting set out like we had at the World Championships in Paris, these individual boulders. 3 and 4 you can see in the top right hand corner of your screen there. Those are both on the same boulder, as it were. And we have 5 problems to start us off with the qualifications here in Millau. Let us know prospective thoughts for the rest of the season as well. Get those into us on IFSC's Twitter feed. Who you think is up and coming, who you think is going to continue to maybe keep a lead this season. Who we might see struggling as we move through the rest of our year here. Second Bouldering World Cup of the season already here in Millau. And we're back out on the wall. Shauna Coxsey here of Great Britain, our third athlete out, and Anna Stöhr is also now out on problem 2 as well. We'll show a replay of that in a few moments' time. Shauna looks like she's in a bit of a temperamental position here. It's an awkward way. Slow and steady, but no problem there for Shauna Coxsey either. So 3 flashes so far. Straight over to Anna. Anna just starting off here as well. So a bit of a compression start. Matching on this orange across to the green, and interestingly, Anna Stöhr comes down there, and that's a 7A plus this boulder. So crossing to the left on the slopers. And there's another type of compression push into a corner a little bit higher up. Continually moving left and up. This is one of the ones that Manu said should be simple to read. Anna trying a heel hook there with the left, maybe to get a little bit more leverage. Very interesting to see Anna Stöhr struggling again so early on in the competition. Is this about to be a repercussion of Chongqing when we saw her qualify for the semi-finals in 12th place? At least we know it's not going to be exactly like the qualifications in Chongqing when we had straight flashes from most of our female athletes. Well, could this be to do with the early start as well? Anna Stöhr down again here. Perhaps it's starting climbing so early in the morning. There are some that believe that maybe this is a tactic, so that Anna is able to go first in the semis. It's a risky tactic if it is that one. Allows you to qualify for the semis, but only just. It's a big gamble not knowing what everyone else is going to be able to perform, but there are some that say it's a tactic. So of course, if she was able to go first in the semis, it means she has a larger break between the semis and the finals. I'm not sure myself, but I think maybe. What are your thoughts? Let us know on Twitter. And Anna manages to stick that one this time. Can she match? Quite keen to clean up shop here. Using a smear on the wall beside her and up to the top. Got there, but only in the end. I think 2 is going to be a really interesting one. We start to see the other athletes coming out. That was very, very close to the line. Very close to the turnaround. And I didn't have much time left there at all. So this is Mina Markovic. We're going to stay on 1 for you for a moment, and we'll give you a replay of Akiyo's climb on problem 2 after Mina is finished. That way you guys get to see a nice big full screen. As much as we can give it to you, we will, in HD. So Mina was just with Anna at the Military World Championships, taking the bronze medal there. We saw her in Chongqing. She didn't have a very good run there at all. She came in 12th. And although being arguably the world's best lead climber, Mina had a bit of a rocky year last year as well in the IFSC comps. 6th at Chongqing, so made it to the final last year. Came 1st at Log Dragomer, 2nd at Innsbruck. And then for the rest of the year, didn't actually make it to a final. So in Innsbruck and Vale and Munich, we missed out on the Markovic. And she came 12th in Chongqing as well. So the last time Mina made it to a final was in Vienna, 2012, where she took the silver medal there, came 2nd. We haven't seen her in a final since then, on the bouldering circuit that is. And we're now over with Akiyo. Doesn't seem to be having anywhere near as much trouble as Anna Stöhr. She's already up to the top.
Voilà la japonaise qui réussit avec moins de difficulté. Je vous invite à bien regarder ces grandes championnes parce que c'est vraiment les meilleures mondiales.
Well, that was a much quicker climb than Anna Stöhr. Akiyo Noguchi looking strong here.
Cette capacité à se mobiliser quand même, comme dans les grandes finales, pour réussir à passer alors qu'ils peuvent être en difficulté parce que le bloc c'est ça.
So let's have a brief look at the replay of Chongqing Akiyo. Well, so the last time Mina made it to this traverse, the final was in relatively static here, used the heel hook to secure herself, but very slow and steady. This looks like it was a flash here as well. Already a difference between Anna and Akiyo. There's a cheeky shot of Dave Barron's, one of the British team, with Ned, the baker, Fihali. So, some people sending in some questions on the Twitter feed. People expecting the comp to be outside. Is it just indoors for the qualifications? Nope, we're going to be indoors all the way through the comp. We're in this big hall with these 4 boulders that'll change as we move through into the semis and the finals, obviously. But there is a wide area outside that's put aside with a large screen as well, so people can watch out in the sun, or not so much sun, that we had yesterday. Let's hope it holds off so we can get a nice big crowd down. So Akiyo not seeming to find any problem there with the traverse on problem 2. A more static approach, but not that much. Anna didn't exactly do a leap to the left. Let's hope that it's not just exertion from so many comps in such a little amount of time, moving from China, being jet lagged obviously, to then go over to the Military World Championships, and then straight from there down here to Millau as well. Let's hope that our world rank number 1 isn't showing signs of exhaustion. Well, here's Anna and Shauna back out. Alex Puccio now out on maybe it is an early start. You can definitely see the concentration on her face there and a little bit of lethargy, if anything. Doesn't seem too happy about this one in front of her either. This problem 3, is a 7B to a 7B plus. Starting off here with a pinch and a hand on the sloper just next to it and moving across. So another little crimp hold before crossing with the left and then up again straight away with the right. She's looking relatively strong here though. And no problem at all there for Anna Stöhr. So a flash there for her again. She needed that considering the problem that she had with number 2 a moment ago. Alex Puccio, a flash for her on problem 1. No problem at all there, and here's Shauna just waiting for a clean on the wall. Let's see whether Shauna is going to be a Stöhr or a Noguchi on problem 2. Any questions you might have, do send them in to us. We are on Twitter on the IFSC's feed on there, which is hashtag IFSC and lowercase WC. And remember as well to get yourself over onto the Facebook page for Sport Climbing 2020 for the Olympic bid, and get liking on there as well. And also get yourself onto IFSC's Twitter and click a like on that one as well. Try and get the followers up as much as we can as we move towards September and the all-important Olympic decision for 2020. So it looks like Shauna here is being more of a Stöhr than a Noguchi. She's having difficulties on problem 2 already as well. Shauna looked a bit shaky on problem 1 as well. Let's hope that the early start isn't affecting her too much. Shauna had a bout of injuries last year. The leg and then a finger. Spoke to her in Chongqing about that one. It's looking like she's got the handle on this one now.
Allez Shauna. Voilà, elle s'applique, mais ça passe.
Just about, but it wasn't an aggressive attack for that final move there. As I said earlier, it's unusual for the women to start the day. Usually start with the men's with the qualifications. They're coming later on this afternoon. We have 46 women to get through in this comp in the qualifications, to reduce it down to our 20 that go through to the semi-finals tomorrow. Just 20 women, 20 men, and then our 6 for the finals as well. Et derrière où elle a fait toute la fin du bloc tout en relâchement. C'est ça aussi un des traits de caractère du bloc, c'est vraiment qu'il faut savoir alterner des moments de décontraction et des moments au contraire où on sort les biceps, on sort la vitesse, où il faut faire une impulsion et se ruer sur les prises en lâchant rien, en serrant les prises. Let's a closer look at the wall for you as well. Just waiting for our clock to turn around and we get ready with our next athletes to come out here today. À ne pas perdre la lucidité sur la fin d'un bloc qui peut s'avérer technique. Il faut garder de la décontraction. C'est toute la difficulté. Our next athlete will be Julian Wurm of Germany, coming out 6th onto problem number 1. Dans un gant de velours, il faut savoir doser son escalade. Julian, another one with a bit of a strange year from last year. 2 bronze medal positions, one at Munich, and the other one was at Vale last year as well. She did look set to take the gold at Vale. Ran into difficulties in the final, then dropped from leader of the pack down into 3rd place. She did end up as low as 16th at the start of the year last year. That was at Chongqing. She came 7th, just missing out on a place at the final in 2013 at Chongqing just over a week ago. So she's close to a final, but not quite making it in. We're back with Akiyo Noguchi now as well on problem number 3. We just saw Anna Stöhr tackle. If Akiyo can pull off another flash here, she's definitely set at the head of the pack as we move through the qualifications. So, will Jula have a repeat of last year with the slow start to the year, picking up speed as we move through the season, or is she going to be able to turn it around here and make a stronger start? Very quick top there for Jula. There's Mina Markovic as well over on problem number 2. Mina wasting no time either on problem 2. And Akiyo Noguchi no problem either on problem 3. Very quick for all 3 of those athletes to finish up on the wall here. What do we think is happening with Anna Stöhr then on problem 2? Definitely wasn't a beta problem. She knew exactly how she was going to attack that wall. She must have come down 3 or 4 times at least before pushing finally up to the top. Any ideas? Do we think it's the early start? Do we think it's a tactic? Welcome if you are joining us bright and early in the morning. We're here in Millau in France.
Avec le bon relâchement ou la bonne intensité dans l'effort, justement, de pouvoir mieux doser son effort. Et là, vous avez vu Mina qui passe au premier essai, tranquille, parce que sans doute, elle savait que ce bloc, eh ben, il est possible, il faut le sortir, parce que les 3 grimpeuses devant elle l'ont sorti, que ce soit Anna, Akiyo ou Shauna. Et donc Mina, elle y est allée, et en plus, avec son talent de grimpeuse, elle a su trouver la solution tout de suite. On va voir comment ça se passe pour la suite, parce qu'évidemment le niveau baisse. Alors même si on a des informations sur le fait que les blocs sortent ou pas, sur le fait qu'ils sont durs ou pas, parce qu'il y a des essais qui...
So a question from Nat Berry in the IFSC feed on Twitter. Who are the setters? Our chief route setter here is Manuel Hassler, or Manu, who set the World Championships in Arco in 2011. You might see him moving around down at the bottom of the wall. Relatively short guy with crazy hair. He's been here for the past 2 days, setting up, making sure that everything's ready for this competition. When we finish with the qualifications, he'll take down the women's route to set up the men's, and then he'll do that twice over again for the semi-finals and for the finals as well. He'll have a team with him as well. Be interested to know your thoughts on Chongqing, as we didn't have contact with you guys when we were out there, about what you thought of the setting in Chongqing.
Alors je ne l'ai pas expliqué, mais quand il y a cette sonnerie, cette mono-sonnerie, unique sonnerie, j'explique ça pour bien sûr le public qui n'est pas grimpeur, parce que les grimpeurs, on ne leur fait pas, ils ont l'habitude des compétitions, mais cette sonnerie unique avant le double signal, ça veut dire qu'il ne reste plus qu'1 minute au grimpeur pour décoller et réussir son bloc. On verra que dans les phases finales, notamment en finale, la règle change un petit peu, c'est-à-dire que même si on peut attendre la dernière seconde pour décoller le deuxième pied pour partir dans
Our next athlete out will be our first French athlete today. That will be Melissa Leneve, coming out 7th for us in front of a home crowd. Hopefully we should get them a little bit riled as she joins us on problem 1 in a few moments' time. Shauna back out and Alex back out as well. And Melissa over on problem 1.
Voilà, au bloc numéro 2, l'américaine dont je n'ai pas encore parlé. Alex Puccio, grimpeuse très puissante.
There's Melissa for you. 23 years old, world ranked 7th at present. That's why she's 7th out today. So all 7 of the top world rankings are here. And we're going to take you into quad screen as well now as we start to move along. 4 athletes on the wall. So Anna Stöhr on her 4th out of 5 climbs today. And your bottom right, you can see Alex Puccio just making a start on problem 2. Is she going to be able to make this cross? She's matched out with the left. Use a heel hook here, or no, using a toe instead. Staying secure, slow and steady. Little bit of a shake in the left leg there as Alex crosses it over. And a top there for Alex. Also a top for Anna Stöhr over on problem 4. I'll take you through the difficulty of that and the intended route in a few moments' time. Shauna Coxsey very quick to top as well there. And already all 4 of our athletes are going to hide behind their boulders for a little while. So Melissa had an interesting year last year as well. She made 3 finals, Melissa Leneve. One at Log-Jaggermere, one at Innsbruck, and one at Munich in 2012. She took a bronze medal at Innsbruck last year as well. She came 11th in the World Championships. Quite a relaxed start to the day here in Millau. Lots of people just sitting down, hanging out near the wall, drinking coffee, trying to wake themselves up as we go through the rest of the day. 46 female athletes to get through, 46 male athletes after that. We'll take a short break after the women's to be able to reset the walls and get things started with the men's later on today as well. So quite a long one for us. Do let us know what time it is where you are, whether you're enjoying the feeds. Jerome is. Our next female athlete to join us on problem 1 in just a moment's time will be Oda Momoka, or Momoka Oda, depending on which way you want to say it. It's tradition over in the Orient to say the last name first, so sometimes you might hear me saying Oda Momoka, and then the British in me takes over and I want to say Momoka Oda. But a very young athlete, 1994, 19 years old, born in 94, from Yamaguchi, lives in Yamaguchi still as well, and is already world ranked 9th. She took the silver medal just recently in Chongqing. Definitely a star of tomorrow. Also a very successful lead climber on the IFSC senior circuit already as well. A gold in Imst last year. She also took the gold at the female juniors lead IFSC World Youth Championship in Singapore last year as well. If you remember that one, that was the one at the beach. Nighttime climbing in the humidity with a spotlight on the wall. Momoka Oda took gold there, finished up her career as a junior climber or a youth climber on top of the podium there as well. But she made plenty of other finals last year on the senior circuit as well. She made the final in Mokpo, in Inzai, and in Kranja. Took a silver medal there as well. There she's in the bottom left-hand side of your screen. Moka Oda, exceptionally strong young climber, only 19 years old. Definitely set for a glistening career in this sport. Jule Worm there on the bottom right, being another one of our athletes to hit that crux on the wall on problem 2. And run into some difficulties on that one. Top right-hand side of your screen now, Akiyo Noguchi. Here she is on problem 4. And problem 4 is a 7B. So slightly easier than problem 3. Problem 3 is a 7B to a 7B plus. But it seems to take more work, problem 4. You see Mina Markovic in the bottom left on problem 3 at the moment. Nobody seems to have had any difficulties on problem 3 so far. Let's hope Mina isn't the first. Akiyo Noguchi makes a very quick top on problem 4 there. Spoke too soon. Mina Markovic having problems on problem 3. Commentator's curse. I know what you're all going to say. I must stop talking. Yula still on 2. See Udo just there next to her. He's the German coach with his camera. Never to be seen without his camera. If any of you were watching when we went out to Kranja last year, 2012, we visited one of Mina's gyms over there in Slovenia. You can catch an interview with Mina as well on YouTube, on the YouTube channel, about how she trains and how she climbs. Hugely successful lead climber. Yula makes another attempt here on problem 2. Is she going to make this cross this time? Wasted very little time matching on the orange volume just next to her. Bit more static this time. She's going to swing out here. Not quite enough. We saw Anna come right off the wall there as she made that pop up with the right for the bonus hold. You can see the little piggyback hold on the white hemisphere. It's just getting brushed now. And we've seen it done in a more static way as well. Yula seems to be sort of halfway in between at the moment. Slightly different tactic this time. She's gone for the heel hook. Dragging now across. Just not quite enough to get up onto that bonus hold. Is she going to make another attempt, or is she calling it a day? It looks like she's asking for a slip. And she is, so no top there for Jule Worm. I believe that is our first athlete out today that hasn't topped one of these problems. It's an unfortunate start for Jule. Exceptionally strong climber. A lot of support on the IFSC Twitter feed for the GB team. Whilst I am a Brit myself, I must say, where are all the other countries? Where's all the support from everybody else? Got Tom Greenall saying Shauna already out and climbing well. Looking forward to Mina and Leah climbing later. Come on, Team GB. And Holly B as well saying go Shauna. Do let us know if you are watching. You can join us on Twitter with hashtag IFSC, lowercase WC. Anna out for her final climb of the day. Now this is problem 5, an easier one to finish as well. Manu's been quite kind to the climbers this morning, considering they've got such an early start. But this one finishes up with a 6C+. But it is a massive traverse all the way across this boulder, around onto the other side of the wall. It's just a matter of crossing and matching as you go. So a 6C+ for this one. So looking at the overall wall, women's problem 1 is a 6C+ to a 7A. Problem 2 is a 7A+. Problem 3 is the peak, which is a 7B to a 7B+. Problem 4 is a 7B, and this one with Anna is a 7C+. Fairly nice and easy. Big cross there though for Anna. But a quick top. Kim Yain now out for Korea. You can see her there. And there's Shauna Coxsey as well for you on problem 4. This is the 7B.
Shauna qui va en terminer avec ce bloc numéro 4, voilà, qui observe, qui a le bas final, la prise finale dans le viseur. Est-ce qu'elle va prendre la décision de risquer le tout pour le
She's going to jump for it. Oh, just not quite enough. It looked like she was going to go for it, and then at the last minute she decided to change her mind. I'm not entirely sure what happened there. I hope that wasn't a twinge in the leg. Melissa Leneve here.
Elle va se reprendre, et j'en suis sûr, arriver à bout de ce bloc. Allez, on va pas quitter des yeux Melissa Leneve.
A little bit shaky, Melissa here. Cries of alley from the crowd. She's got one top behind her already. Relatively simple first top. You can see how strange some of the angles on the wall here are. We haven't got a single slab, so Alex Puccio will be pleased. Every wall, each one of these 4 boulders in front of us are all set at an incline. Interesting point here from Grant Bateman in the chat as well. Shauna's not looking too comfortable, but she's getting the blocks done. Bring on the rest. I would agree with that one. Let's hope that she can do the exact same thing here on problem 4. Taking a moment, a little bit of time here. So Shauna and Melissa still on the wall here. And that was the 1 minute alarm going off, so Shauna has to do it now. Down on the ground again. She's going to have to be quick, grab a bit of chalk and go for it. She hasn't got the 4+ minutes here, she's only got 5, so if she's not at the top when that 5-minute alarm goes, she will be brought down off the wall. So she's got to do this one quick. Shauna not looking happy at all here. But that was problem 4 that seems to have stumped Shauna. It's the 7B. Remember as well that the gradings that I'm giving you, they are rough gradings. They're the gradings that Achieve Fruit Setter has estimated to give you some sort of idea of what the athletes are looking at here. Competition setting is a strange game. So, Moka Oda now out on problem 2. Akiyo Noguchi on problem 5 in the top right-hand corner of your screen. In the bottom left, that is Katharina Sawin. And she's having a look at problem 1 on the bottom left there for you. And there's Mina Markovic in the top right as well, making her first attempt on the problem that just unfortunately stumped Shauna.
Et au bloc numéro 2, avec Akiyo qui va en terminer sur son circuit de qualification bloc numéro 5. Et Moka Oda au bloc numéro 2.
Katarina Savin, 25 years old, world ranked 11th. She's been, well, she is already 8th this year, and that's after Chongqing. So came 8th in Chongqing and has been as high as 10th on the world ranking. That was in 2011. Made it to the final once last year, and that's 5th at the Innsbruck Bouldering World Cup in Austria last year, 2012. Has taken gold before, Katarina, and that was at Moscow in 2008. Katarina just flashed problem 1. At the moment we're over here with Akiyo Noguchi on problem 5 with a drop knee. It looked like a much more comfortable cross and dyno there than we saw from Anna Stöhr a few moments ago. And here is Katarina Savin topping out on problem 1. Mina Markovic still on the ground here on problem 4 as well. So it's looking like 2 and 4 are our big problem walls at the moment. This looks a lot more secure than the last attempt. It's a big pop though here from there to the top. Not quite enough to hold on. Maybe it is a matter of footwork and turning out to the right hand side, leaving a foot on the blue lower block there.
Presque 1 heure de compétition, c'est terriblement long. Restez concentrés. Si on rate un bloc, on se relancer sur le bloc suivant, garder de l'énergie, récupérer en faisant des stretching, des étirements dans la zone de transit. Et Mina qui est repartie.
Mina with another attempt here as the minute alarm goes off. There is a chant going on for Mina Markovic from some of the crowd at the moment. I'm not entirely sure where it's coming from. Is she going to make another attempt at this? It's looking like she is. She doesn't have long left on the clock now. She's going to have to be really quick here. Unfortunately, no. Mina calls it as well on problem 4 here. Amazing to see some of the world's best struggling to complete all 5 problems here. I believe the only female athlete to do so far with flashes is Akiyo Noguchi, followed by Anna Stöhr. Here's Monica Recchi now, another interesting one. Somebody that might actually be on the rise, I think, in the sport. We saw her at the final in Chongqing. But if you look at her results from last year, just missed out on a final at Chongqing last year. Joint 27th then at Log Dragomir 2012. Started to pick up a little bit, 13th in Innsbruck. Came 12th at the World Championships last year. And then was 6th at Chongqing just recently. Shauna now out in your top right-hand side of the screen for her last climb of today for the qualifications. Let's hope she can secure this to secure herself a place on the semi-finals tomorrow as well. And Melissa Leneve tops out on problem 3 as well there. You can just catch a glimpse of that in the bottom right-hand corner of the screen. She had her own fan club as well. We've got some chanting going on. I've never heard chanting before, especially at qualifications. It's good to hear. That's Kim Yain in the bottom right and top left at present. And Alex Puccio here now in the top right-hand corner of your screen. Just moved over onto Shauna's. So Kim Yain making another attempt here on problem number 2. Starting off with that compression. Straight away using the heel hook there. Alex Puccio did just top on problem 4. I apologise for the camera work. We are getting that sorted using volunteers here. So I think Mike's just gone off to sort that out for us as well. Alex looking very strong so far. Shauna Coxsey in the top right-hand corner of your screen now. Her last climb of the day. Swinging a leg out. Lovely ledge to stand on there. Go for a pinch. Shauna just sorting out how exactly she's going to get up onto that ledge. Matching there on the green. Very temperamental, but she's there. Slow and steady, Shauna. Big stretch to the top there, but she manages to do it and she matches it. So there is a top for Shauna Coxsey. Looking good there, strong. A nice top for her on problem 5. Kim Yain still on problem 2 here. Just getting a hand onto that bonus. Fingertips itching their ways onto that one. Up with the left now to the pink. She's a foot on the green. Around the edge here and a big swing up to the top. There's a top for her. After a few attempts there though for Kim Yain. Another hugely successful lead climber. Sherpa on the Twitter feed saying, good luck GB team bouldering in Millau. I keep saying Millau because I'm British and it just reads as Millau, but it's not, it's Millau. The blocks look tough from Sherpa. So yeah, let us know what your opinions are of the bouldering problems here. Definitely 2 and 4. A little bit tricky. It's nice to start it off a little bit hard though, especially after Chongqing when we had so many flashes in the women's qualification. At least it adds a bit of spice to our qualifications, a little bit of excitement as we start off the competition. Mina Markovic just here, back out now. We also have Julia Verm, Moka Oda, Katerina Salvin.
je vous invite à aller vous tester sur le mur à l'extérieur.
And over on 1 now we have Olga Yakovleva. Russian athlete. There she is at the bottom left-hand side of your screen now, 30 years old, from Togliatti. She came 14th in Chongqing, but did very well on boulders not too dissimilar to this at the World Championships. She took silver at the World Championships. There she is with a flash in the bottom left-hand side of the screen. Maybe these type of boulders are the ones that she prefers. Let's hope we see something from her for the rest of the competition. Katerina Savin there topping out as well on problem 2. And Mina Markovic here on 5. Last climb of the day for her. There's the drop knee. Different tactic to Shauna. Shauna does often read beta in strange ways. We saw her in Vale, I think, doing some really strange beta on a couple of problems. She did 5 in a different way to everyone else that we've seen today as well. She always gets there. She just does it a different way. So there's a top for Mina Markovic as well there. We have Jules Verme now. Still on the ground on problem 4. Yulia taking her time to look at this one. Stay with Yulia now as we have all our other athletes have finished. Really having to work hard here, Yulia, to stay in that position. She's going to try and cross over. You can see the handhold there, the pink, to cross over a bit. It's the final move from that pink hold and roughly the position around the bonus that we saw Yulia in a moment ago, up onto the top here. That's causing some problems. Now you can see the lower blue volume there on the wall as well, with that tiny hold on the edge of it. I think instead of just jumping straight from this position, using that possibly as a foothold, get a little bit more push up to the final dyno. The last minute has gone. Yulia makes another attempt here. Struggling to make the crossover to the left-hand side. It's looking like Yulia's going to take a slip here as well, and that's 2 problems now. Yulia's been unable to complete here. She's definitely not going to be in a good mood now after this early start this morning. And so many problems. Point from Holly B in the chat saying, I think Shauna's strange beta works pretty well though. I absolutely agree with you. It is strange, but it always seems to work. Shauna always seems to get there. And a quick turnaround, and here we are with our next athletes. Alex Puccio, final climb of the day, problem 5. She's in the top right-hand screen. I'm going to stay with her as we walk through this one because I missed her attempt on 4. She definitely topped 4, but I want to see how Alex gets on with this one. I'm sure CWP is watching somewhere. Just to let you know, our next French athlete is now out as well on the bottom left-hand side of the screen. And that is Cécile Avezou of France. And here's Alex starting off here. Alex shouldn't have too much of a problem with this one. Powerful moves, nice and quick. Round the bonus hold already. Pushing across, and it looks like she's using Shauna's beater on this one. She is using the other tactic. Oh, and she slips off at the last. That was interesting. Did not expect that at all. It was really strong and steady all the way up that wall there until that final move. Just slipping off. Puccio a fingertip away from a flash there. Moka Oda in the top left-hand corner of the screen. Alex taking her time to have a look at the problem again. Tweeting from Meredith Gray saying, forever wanting to have arms like Alex Puccio. Very strong climber. Looked completely set then to take this one in a flash. Just slipped on that final move. Definitely got the power to get there. She's looking comfortable on this point. She's just got to make this cross. Steady, Alex. A little bit shaky there. And no, she's down again. On in the wall cleaner. This is the strange beater that we saw from Shauna. It is the different way that we've seen it done without the drop knee. Melissa just missing out on the top there as well here. Alex taking her time to look at this one again. Is she going to try a different tactic here? Will we see a drop knee from her at all? Moka Oda. I think Alex is about to make another attempt here. And here we go. Is she going to change the tactics on this one, or is she going to stay doing the same thing? We saw how risky it was to get the match on the green when Shauna did it earlier. Took it really slow and steady. She's going for the same thing. And she went for a straight jump up there. Melissa Leneve tops out on problem 4 to a round of applause from the crowd, but no top for Alex, and it looks like Alex was limping then for a second as she started to leave. Here's a replay of Melissa topping out. Not a great finish for Alex then a moment ago. Here's Melissa. Now that's the foot on the hold there that I was talking about on the lower blue volume. That's what I think we've been missing. She's doing it with the left instead. There's another way of doing it. We have seen a few athletes just not using the footholds on that one and going straight up for that dyno onto the final hold on problem 4, and it's brought them down pretty much every time. bit of a big jump without the footholds. Now here's Eula on problem 5 now. What a strange end to the day for Alex Puccio. Let's hope that that hasn't been a severe injury and that she just landed a little bit funny. She's going to be okay, but she was definitely limping as she left then. I'll try and grab her a little bit later and check that everything's okay. How's Eula going to do this one?
Sur le site internet de la Fédération Française Internationale IFSC.com, International Federation of Sport Climbing, IFSC.com, et vous avez
I'll get Yaka Leva on
tous les directs de
problem 2 there, just coming down.
jusqu'au final. Et ça passe pour Juliane. Juliane aussi, qui doit être contente parce que je vous l'avais dit.
Tweet from Luke Nicholson now as well saying final move on problem 4 is awkward. And here we are on problem 4, about to see that final move. Moka Oda using the foot, both feet this time. Get a bit of an extra push. Still looking awkward there. I think it's a 1-foot move. Katerina Savin here on problem 3, next to Moka Oda on that problem 4. Thoughts from the chat room then? Is it the left foot on that hold, or is it the right foot that you'd use to make that penultimate move up onto the final hold there on problem 4? Olga Iakuleva still down on the floor here as well. A message from Pitch Climbing now to everybody that is here in Millau. Good luck to all the climbers today.
Allez, on voit les bénévoles du club Couleur Caillou un petit peu partout sur la compétition, que ce soit pour le brossage des prises.
So here's Olga, problem 2, down again. Just to give you those difficulty settings again, just to make sure that we're all on the same page. Women's problem 1 is a 6C plus to a 7A. Problem 2 is a 7A plus. Problem 3 is a 7B to a 7B plus. Problem 4 is a 7B, and problem 5 is a 6C plus. So an easy start and finish, and then lots of problems in the middle. Moka Oda is about to make that final move again on 4. She's gone with both feet again, Moka has, and fallen again. Problem 2 and 4 are definitely splitting our climbers at the present. Here's Oda for another attempt here. Can't have much longer left on her 5 minutes on this problem.
Voilà, pour encourager les Japonais. On peut dire gamba, ça veut dire aller. Gamba, gamba, c'est aller.
No top for Oda there. She takes a slip and exits. Melissa Leneve with her final climb of today, problem 5. Back with Cécile Avezou. Also our next French athlete out as well. Over on problem 1, Anne-Laure Chevrier. So 3 French athletes here, and Monica Recchi and Kim Jae-in at the bottom right for you as well. On problem 4. Interested to know your thoughts on how Kim Jae-in is going to do with problem 4 here. Are we going to see a flash from her? Are we going to see her hitting a problem? Hello to you if you are just joining us. This is the women's qualifications round in Millau in France, the south of France. We're in the Midi-Pyrenees region, surrounded by mountains and a titanic bridge that spans the valley here, the Millau Viaduct, tallest bridge in the world. Kim Jae-in, and it's a flash for Kim Jae-in. Pushed herself up onto the right hand side, really leant onto one side of it and then swung as opposed to pushing up for the final hold. Melissa Leneve coming down at the final move on problem 5 here. And we have a clock for you. 2 minutes, 25 seconds left on the clock. As our producer, Mr. Mike Roper, has been working hard all morning to sort out everything for you with the graphics. Looking like we're picking things up now as well as we move through the day with the qualifications. Gremlins from China, I've been told. Melissa Leneve here now. Seeing more and more people going for this same tactic as Shauna on this one. Oh, and she manages to stick it as well. Used the hand on the wall next to it, but she got there. There is a top for Melissa Leneve. Fantastic finish for her 5 climbs for today. And hopefully we'll be seeing her in the semis tomorrow as well. Avizu. A little bit more tricky. Kim Jae-in there, limping away. Definitely got a problem with the leg. There's an ice pack on there. Something definitely going on here with leg injuries today. Alex Puccio limped up earlier, and now we've just seen Kim Jae-in with an ice pack on her leg. And time up, another rotation, and the Russians are out. All 3 of them here. Tatiana Shimolinkina on problem 1. Moka Oda you can see at the top right hand side of your screen. And that noise that you heard just as well, the alarm to turn around into the next 5 minutes. We're going to take you to quad screen whenever you hear that alarm, so that we can make sure we see everybody when they first start their climbs. We'll try and show you full screen as much as we possibly can, but we want to make sure we're covering every climber for everybody that's joining us and watching. Hello if you're watching on YouTube as well. And for anyone that doesn't have the strong internet, you can get onto the 24/7 stream as well. It's still on the same website, on the IFSC website. Anna Galiamova now on the top left-hand side of the screen. Problem 2, one of the trickier ones. Let's see how Oda Momoka gets on with this final move now at the top right. She's gone for the drop knee, which is what we've seen the more successful attempts of this. They're using the drop knee there, a little bit higher up, even managing to reach statically there to get a hand on it before crossing over, and there is a flash for Moka Oda using that drop knee. That's definitely the way to do it. It's really interesting to see so many of the athletes going for a different beater on that one. Olga Yakuleva on 3 of your screens at the moment on problem 3. Big pinch and crossing over very quickly onto the bonus hold here. This is problem 3. This is a 7B to a 7B plus. So supposedly the most difficult one here, although I think we've had more problems on 4 and 5 than we have on 3. It's Galiamova.
Pour les scolaires qui sont là et qui auraient encore un petit peu de temps après le spectacle des compétiteurs, on a
another attempt for Galiamova here on problem 2.
de profiter des ateliers encadrés par des compétiteurs pour la slackline, le parcours en 3 branches, le mur de climb station, évidemment le mur rotatif, le mur tapis roulant sur lequel on peut s'essayer, on peut s'exercer, et bien sûr également le mur d'initiation qui a été monté par le sponsor de la fédération française.
Olga Yakuleva still on the ground here. Anna Galiamova still on the ground as well. 1 minute 17 left on the clock here. Any questions you might have, any opinions you might want to share with the world, get yourself onto Twitter and use hashtag IFSCWC. Olga Yakuleva, same point on the wall, that bonus. Got to get a foot up now. She's got some good footholds there below her with the right. There it is. Got this plate just above her. 1 foot up, and this could be it. And it is. It seems maybe she missed a foothold. I'm not sure, but that took her quite a few attempts on problem 3. Possibly the cross onto the bonus. It's intended to be quite quick. And the pinch next to it, but a top there for Yakuleva nonetheless. 23 seconds on the clock, and it looks like Galiamova's calling that a day. Some people sending in some stuff on the feed now as well. Picture quality is great, swaps between the close-ups and quad screen also, and no lagging result. Thanks everyone. You're very welcome. It's the work of Mr. Roper. And from Luke Hobbs as well, if my plan to become a pro climber falls through, I can always just become a pro brusher and follow the World Cup around that way. They're strange creatures, the brushers. Like our version of the Oompa Loompas, only taller and with sticks. Do apologise that it's going to be on the quad screen for some of the coverage today, but we do have to make sure we cover all of the climbers. So our first Swiss athlete now out, and joining us here is Petra Klingler, who is clinging on and making it very swiftly up to a top on problem 1 here. As I said, the first and last problems are supposed to be the easiest. First one's only a 6C plus to a 7A. I say only, I wouldn't get off the ground on that, but for these athletes that's not too difficult at all. Petra Klingler here, a top for her. And we're now with Kim Yain on her last climb of the day. Just seen a top from Cécile Avezou in seconds with 3 minutes 40 still left on the clock on problem 3. Avezou has already finished and gone back behind the wall. I'm going to stay with Kim Yain here as she makes this crossover. Is she going to go for the drop knee, or is she going to just try and do the lean out? Thoughts and opinions? Send them in to us on the Twitter. It looked like she tried to drop down then and do the lean out, and then she rethought it. And now she's going for it again. And just not quite enough reach there. She's going to have a rethink on that one, I think. 2 minutes 38 on the clock, though. Plenty of time left for Kim. We had a comment from Tom Greenall just a few moments ago saying Kim Yain just flashed women's problem 4. Incredible effort. Unfortunately, no flash for her on problem 5. But she definitely is an incredible climber. We'll see her in the lead season as well later on in the year. Actually, one of my favourite climbers to watch. 2 minutes left on the clock. Plenty of time here for Yain to rethink, or maybe just reattempt.
Et donc, avec vos professeurs, l'autorisation de vos professeurs, bien sûr, si vous pouvez vous déplacer et les reconnaître dans le public, parce que les grimpeuses qui ont terminé le circuit, bien souvent, restent un petit peu pour observer les autres.
Is she going to try a different attempt here? 1 minute 20 left on the clock. Is she going to drop down again? She's dropping down into that position again. Couldn't quite get a hand on it a moment ago. Seems to be in a slightly better position here. But again, down. 1 minute left on the clock. The drop knee is definitely the way to do problem 5. Monica Recchi on 4 here. Let's see where she's putting her feet for this final move. If she can get there. Do let us know your thoughts. Kim Yain definitely looking injured. She walked off a few moments ago with an ice pack on her knee, and she doesn't look like she's very comfortable here at all. She's definitely not going to be getting back on the wall. We only have 15 seconds left here. She's not comfortable at all there. Let's hope that it's not going to take her out of the competition completely. Her time is up, but she hasn't actually gone back into isolation. She's not moving at all. We saw her earlier walking off with an ice pack. Let's hope that we can see her in the semi-finals. There she goes. What a shame. Well, we're back with Katerina Sauer now on problem 5, her final climb for today. And Mina Leslie Wojastic is out on problem 1 as well, our next British climber.
française, voilà la déferlante bleu-blanc-rouge des Russes, avec 3 Russes côte à côte.
Savin making her first attempt on this one. Straight up for a pop there to secure it. Crossing over, she's in the bottom right side of your screen now. She's going for the same squatted lean that we've seen from a lot of the female climbers here. Is it going to cause her some problems? There's a flash from Mina in the top right then. And again, Katarina coming down from the wall on problem 5 due to that low reach. Tatiana Shimolenkina. From Russia. World ranked 18th. Results from last year, we're looking at 9th at Log Dragomir, was the highest that she came last year. She was 16th just recently in Chongqing. But she frequently makes the semis, just doesn't push through finally into the finals. Maybe this year could be her year. Katarina Salvin looks to be in a good position on women's problem 5 here. Final little reach she went for a moment ago, didn't quite manage to hold it, but it's the highest that we've seen her come. 2 minutes, 15 seconds left on the clock here. Tatiana Shimolenkina still on the ground. And we have names for you as well now brought up on your screen. From what I've been told, Mike has managed to grab hold of a broom and has now taken back the gremlins. So Mina Leslie Wojastic just did a flash on women's problem 1. The top right at present is actually Shimolenkina. Yakovleva is in your bottom left with Anna Galiamova, and Katarina Salvin still plugging away at problem 5 in the bottom right hand corner of your screen. Support pouring in for Russia now as well via Czeslaw Vedenchuk on the Twitter. Hello to you. Exactly the same point we saw Anna Stöhr struggling with Shimolenkina here, Tatiana Shimolenkina. Problem 2 having the same problem, jumping across from this orange to the green. The most successful at doing that have been with a heel hook on one of the starting holds from the compression around that hemisphere at the very beginning. Let's have a look in a moment's time on problem 2 when our next athlete comes out, and we'll see how they get on and whether their tactic varies at all. 5 seconds left on the clock, and Katarina Salvin has called it a day on problem 5 as well. A new rotation now. There's Monika Recchi, her final climb for the day of Germany, and now out on problem 1, joining us in just a few moments' time, should be Vera Zilistra of the Netherlands. Sure, she'll be out in a moment. There's Petra Klingler in the top right-hand corner of your screen, Monika Recchi in the bottom right, and then our 2 French athletes that are still moving their way along the wall here as well on 3 and 4 in the bottom left. Cécile Avezou So Abazu on the right-hand side and Anne-Laure Chevrier on the left-hand side as well. Petra Klingler down on the ground again. No sign of Vera Zilistra at present. It's looking like we might not see her. That was an attempt at the top by Monika Recchi. She definitely got all the way up there, but it's that crossover that's stumping her. Let's see how Petra Klingler gets on problem 2 now. Whether she uses that heel hook from this move here now, matching on the orange and using a heel hook to get yourself up over onto the green just next to it. Petra Klingler, 21 years old, born in 1992. She's world ranked 19th from Switzerland. She has a gold medal from the female juniors bouldering competition at the European Youth Cup in Munich in 2011. Highest result on an IFSC circuit. Twice made it through into a final in 2011. That was in Eindhoven and in Vienna in 2011. Came 6th both times. One minute 45 left on the clock. Petra Klingler making another attempt at this one. Ah, there we go, a heel hook on the right. She's got a match now, and now she can start to lever herself up. Is she going to be able to make this green? Ah, just a bit too quick. Slipped though, I think. I think that's definitely the right way to do it. She just had a bit of a slip there. Monika Recchi still on problem 5. 1 minute 20 left on the clock. Plenty of time for another attempt, and we've seen her on the penultimate hold on problem 5. So she's definitely getting up there. She's just not quite managing to secure the top. Here's our two French athletes. So Abazu on the right. Like just said, they're tag teaming. Using both of the footholds there to then try and rock up. It's just not enough, just pushing them off the wall at the end there. I think it's the right. My inkling draws me towards the foothold on the right, because it's going to start to push up towards the left and allow you to secure the top there. With both feet, it just seems like it's just too much. Every time we've seen an athlete try it with both feet, they keep springboarding themselves off the wall.
Ça demandait trop de force, trop d'application, trop de précision pour pouvoir franchir le bloc en quelques secondes seulement. Bravo Cécile. Bel effort, et on a perdu aussi Anne-Laure au bloc numéro 3.
Petra Klingler shaking her head at that one as well. With 5 seconds on the clock, it's looking like she's going to leave it there. We get ready for our next rotation. Hello, if you are joining us, my name is Daniel Finn, and I'll be with you all the way through this comp here, out here in Millau, with the 24/7 team for the IFSC's brand new website. If you have any questions, do send them in to us on the Twitter feed. We will do our utmost to try and answer them for you. We do like chatting. You can get in touch with us by using the hashtag IFSCWC. Also, whilst you're on the Twitter space, get yourself over onto the IFSC's Twitter feed and click follow on there for them as well. Try and get them up on their follower list, and also get yourself onto the 24/7 Twitter as well and click follow on there for us too. Mina Leslie Wojcicki now back out for Great Britain. I know a lot of you are here to support her in the chat on the Twitter feed as well. She flashed her first problem. She's here now on problem 2. Let's hope she has a good run on this one. Fingers crossed for Mina. Olga Yakovleva here on the bottom right as well, just pushing up to the top on problem 5. She's trying to get a little bit higher before she goes for the top. Sort of this inkling to go for that drop knee, or at least just push up a little bit before you make that final jump for the top. And here we go, there's the drop knee. So this could be a top here for Yakovleva. And she manages to stick it, fantastic. There is a top for Olga. And I think that should mean that we are quite possibly seeing her in the semi-finals. She was the silver medalist in Paris at Bercy, the World Championships last year. So here's Mina as well there, and there's a top for her, so no problem reading the beta on problem 2 at all. That's 2 flashes for Mina Leslie Wojcicki. Fantastic form to start the day here for the qualifications. It's a little bit later in the day now, it's about 10:45, so hopefully everyone's awake. I have a message from Huang Si on the IFSC feed here that just says ... It's the most ominous tweet I've ever seen in my life. I'm not sure what that means. Maybe Huang Si is standing behind me or something, I don't know. Well, here's Galiamova now, our only athlete still left on the wall on problem 4 here. Problem 4 is the 7B. A lot of support for Mina after that flash as well from, I think it's Sidonie, I would pronounce it, Gabriella, saying get in Mina, and also pitch climbing again. Excited for Mina for that flash as well there. Any support for Anna Galiamova? We also have Shimolenkina left on the wall. I missed her then, she's still on 3. So here's Galiamova now, 1:45, an attempt on 4. Doesn't look too comfortable. Shimolenkina here with the pinch. You can see at the start of the wall there on problem 3, there is very little to go on. It's supposed to be the most difficult one, a 7B to a 7B plus. (1:15) left on the clock. She's got enough time here for another attempt at this. Galiamova just cleaning the wall next to her. Bit of a bigger crowd now. Not as vast as we saw at Chongqing. The difference in population here is quite drastic. We've gone from 31 million down to 22,000. Galiamova. Big slip there, and she was looking at her finger a moment ago as well and didn't look too comfortable. Let's hope that hasn't caught her. She looks all right. With 35 seconds, she's making another attempt. Shimolenkina shaking her head. It's looking like they're leaving it there with 10 seconds. We get ready to welcome our next athletes out onto the field. And here's Vera Zilistra. We had some sort of strange delay on 1, it seems. Maybe we had a problem on the wall and it's been repaired. But this is actually Vera Zilistra here now, the Netherlands. 24-year-old athlete from Eindhoven, world ranked 22nd. Only saw her twice last year. It was at Chongqing and at Vienna. Both times she made it through to the semis. At the bottom right-hand corner there, you can see Cécile Avezou doing a bit of climb mime. Climber's favourite second-hand sport. Really was thinking that through there before she started to make an attempt on 4 and how she's going to do it. Nice, strong, comfortable start here, matching on the white volume. Here's the foot over. Is she going to stand high on this one, or is she going to squat down? Both feet on there. And you can see it there. She's putting a drop knee in, although you can't quite see it on the screen. It is there. It seems whenever we see an athlete put both feet across onto the pink foothold, that is the point where they spot that they need to get their heel up just behind them, or it feels right at least once both feet are on there to put the drop knee in. A very lovely comment on the tweet feed as well from Gunhild Forslev. Thank you for being with us, a first timer. Hopefully you'll join us again. Make sure to join us tomorrow as well. The atmosphere in here when we get towards the semi-final and the final definitely picks up. I'll be joined by a co-commentator. I'll have the lovely Sheila McCarran here with me. I always confuse Sheila's last name. I'm sure she's listening now, laughing. Here's Elistra having some problems here. So in the top left at the moment, that's not Rebecca Stotts, that's Vera Elistra. Petra Klingler back out as well there though. Cécile having another attempt at this one. Is she going to go for that drop knee again? 1 minute 45. She came off the first time with a squeal as well. It was quite a shriek. I don't know whether you heard it on the feed. Now let's see how she gets on here with this final move.
Qui va ramener la deuxième main pour valider ce bloc numéro 5. Allez Cécile, c'est pas encore fait. Donne tout, il faut tout donner. Et non. Et il restera 1 minute. C'est l'instant de vérité même, je dirais. Allez alors, il faut tout donner dans les dernières secondes. Tu peux le faire, ça peut passer. Et Cécile qui refait un essai parce qu'elle est vraiment à rien, un cheveu de ce bloc final. Et alors aussi qui se rapproche du bloc final. Allez s'il vous plaît.
A lot of support from the crowd there for both the French athletes. Unfortunately, no top there for either of them. Mina is back out now. There is Sabine Bacher in the top left-hand corner of your screen from Austria. Both her and her sister, very well-known climbers. 29 years old, Sabine Bacher, 1984 she was born. One of our older climbers, which sounds ridiculous at 29 to be one of the older climbers. But we do have a 16-year-old athlete competing here today. Someone who has literally only just been able to start making it into the senior competitions. It starts at 16, it's the cut-off point. We'll talk about her a little bit later. So Sabine comes out here, she's from Langenfeld world ranked 25th. She's been as high as 17th in 2011. In the top left-hand side of your screen now, coming out on problem 1. Her highest result to date was 7th place at the UIAA Climbing World Cup. That was just before we became the IFSC. That was a bouldering World Cup in Grindelwald in Switzerland in 2006. Mina now as well on the bottom left-hand side of your screen. I know there's a lot of people supporting her.
Mais celui qui nous intéresse particulièrement à Millau, c'est vraiment le plus international, le fromage bleu mondialement connu, le fameux Roquefort. Ici, c'est la capitale mondiale du Roquefort. Alors je vous invite à aller goûter ces panini, les panini au Roquefort.
Sabine Bakker still on the ground, 2 minutes 55 left on the clock. Anna Galiamova now as well in this tricky position. If she can get that foot up, it's just about getting that, and she's going to go for it, is she? She's crossed legs and switched. Looks like she's giving it up from that point and come down again to have another look at it. This is why I love bouldering. Bouldering is by far, though I shouldn't really say, I shouldn't be biased, but it's by far my my favourite of the disciplines. It's the way of getting back onto the ground and reanalyzing it, rethinking it. One wrong move on the beater and you can put yourself in a lot of trouble. And then it's the excitement of who's topping and moving along. Be interested to know your opinions back at home. If you are watching us, joining us today, what's your favourite discipline and why? And I've had a message back from Huang Si in the chat as well. Sorry, I'm new to Twitter. Just testing to see if it works. No offense, great streaming. That's okay. As long as you're not behind me, I don't mind. That's fine. It was just ominous. Sabine Bakker now here. 1 minute 45 left on the clock. Running into problems on problem 1. This is a first for us. 6C plus to a 7A, problem 1. She's got to get her foot in the gap there. There it is. Start to push herself up onto the side. Both feet on here. She's got to get up to the top side of that one. Just push up a little bit more, Sabine. There it is. And now you can cross over. Ah! I don't know whether she's going to be given. That was a very quick match. I think she knows she's got to do that again. She got there. Just sort of shot away from the wall as she did. Message on the tweet from Ellie Reiber saying some serious pinch power going on today. There definitely is, and we've had 2 injuries already. Gonna have to find out about them. Kim Jae-in went off after failing to complete problem 5. She had some problems there, and she went off. She was seen with an ice pack, and I also saw Alex Puccio limping away earlier as well. So let's hope that both of those climbers are okay and can make it through to the semis. Sabine Bakker now. What's she gonna do with her feet here? Inching a little bit further up, give her a little bit more to go on. Tricky, but she got there in the end. There it is. There's a finish for her with 17 seconds left on the clock. A top for Sabine Bakker. Any support for the Austrian team, do let us know. You can do that by getting yourself onto Twitter and using hashtag IFSCWC. I'm here and chatting to everybody. Any questions you might have, do send them in to us. Hopefully you're enjoying. Welcome if you are just joining us. We are here in Millau in France. And our climbers are just starting to come out onto the wall now. So we are joined by Rebecca Stotz in the top left-hand corner of your screen now for Switzerland. The top right is Vera Zelistra for the Netherlands. The bottom left for you will be Petra Klingler. And the bottom right now will be Anne-Marie Chevrier of France on problem 5, making her final attempt of the day. So Rebecca Stott's in the top left, making her first attempt on one.
Avec une autre Suissesse au bloc numéro 4. Il s'agit de Petra Klingler. Petra Klingler qui sort les épaules.
This is looking good from start. Is she going to be able to get another hand up? Really static, really nice and slow. Very quick. There's a flash there for Rebecca Stotts. Good start to the day for her. Only 20 years old, 1992. World ranked 29th. Chevrier having problems there at the exact same point we've seen it time and again on problem 5. Sitting down to have a think here, 3 minutes left on the clock. 24 years old. Vera Zilistra there on problem 2, and Petra Klingler making a start on problem 4 here. Seems that cross over onto the blue volume on the right hand side keeps stumping Petra. She's just got to get her foot up onto that blue volume that you can, well, hold really. It's a hold, I think it's huge. They're using for the start hold. You can see the 2 dashes, the green dashes there. Those are the footholds to start, at the start position on 4. And the large blue hold above it is an undercling start. She's just got to get above that one. Push over to the right hand side. Vera making another attempt here. She hasn't spotted the heel hook yet. So a question in on the feed from Base Cubit. What grade range are the problems? I'll give you them again, guys. Pads and pens at the ready. Take notes, there will be a test. So the women's problem 1 is 6C plus to a 7A. Women's problem 2 is a 7A plus. Problem 3 is a 7B to a 7B plus. Problem 4 is a 7B, and problem 5 is a 6C plus. Just to give you an idea of where people are. Vera Zilistra is on problem 2. That's the 7A plus. Chevrier in the bottom right was on problem 5. That was the 6C plus. She's got a minute left to go. She's got to get back on the wall there. Petra Klingler is on problem 4. That's the 7B. She's in the bottom left-hand side of your screen. And that's all that we have out at the moment. Just 3 climbers at present. Interesting point there from Harley B as well, that the last moves on these problems seem to be causing the most problems today. That is a very interesting point. Seems to be the final push to the top that Manu has set for us. So our head route setter, our chief route setter, El Capitan at this competition is Manuel Hassler. He set a World Championships before as well, in Arco in 2011. Bram Burkian as well in the chat room saying Dutch Rustam fan club waiting anxiously for the men's qualifiers. Hopefully you guys are going to be able to join us for the qualifiers for the men's a little bit later today. Still got quite a few women to come yet though. We're at 21 so far have come out and seen us, and we've got 46 to go through. Here is Sa Sol now of Korea, our 22nd athlete to join us over on problem 1. She makes her start to the day here. We saw her at Chongqing just recently. She came 13th. So although being only 19 years old, another one like Oda Momoka that's making a name for herself and starting to push forward into the senior competitions. She's from Chungbuk province in Korea. World ranked 30th at the moment, but in this year, obviously, because of Chongqing, she's already 13th. She took 4th place at the Female Juniors Lead IFSC World Youth Championship in Singapore just recently, and she competed in the speed as well, and she came 14th there. That was last year, but she is an Asian Youth Champion. She did that at Hamadan in Iran, 2012. So hopefully a rising star here, joining us on problem 1. Much more to come from her. Mina's back out again on problem 4 now, bottom left-hand side of your screen. Mina Leslie Wojcicki for Great Britain. Sabine Bakker as well in the top right-hand corner of your screen, out on problem 2. And Tatiana Shimolenkina, Russian athlete, now out on problem 5, making her final climb for today. Sat Sol making an attempt here on problem 1. That looked really painful. Used her shin there to secure that move up onto the top of that volume and then switch to her foot. It looked like it was right on the edge. No problem for her though, there it is. And she's down already. Mina still on the ground on problem 4 here. Let's stick with her for a moment and see how she gets on this one. So here she goes, starting off with the undercling. Reaching up, she's going to go up with the left now. There's the foot on it. Switching to that tiny foothold a little bit higher, and then coming down again. Hopefully she's going to make the crossover onto the bonus. One minute 56 left on the clock. She's going to start to be a bit aware of the time now. Sabine here on problem 2. Quick push. Very, very easy indeed. Made that look like it was child's play. Doesn't look too flustered at all. Already on problem 2 and 2, I believe, flashes for her. Mina Leslie Wojcicki here. Here we go again. Problems really, really early on this one. I think she's calling it a day there. So no top for problem 4 for Mina. Unfortunately, she's got problem 5 left to come. Let's pray and hope, if you're supporting Mina at home, that she's going to spot that drop knee on 5 to make it a little bit easier, and that we'll get a top out of her for that one as well. Top send by the Russian lass, says Base Cubic on the Twitter feed. And here we are again. Rebecca Stotts now on problem 2. Very easy flash for her on problem 1. You can see there, just on the other side of that boulder, you can see the beginnings, the foundations of one of the men's problems for later on this afternoon. Looking like an interesting one. There is Alistra falling quite hard there on problem 3. Katerina Savin just next to her, problem 4. Katerina Andreeva now on problem 1, 23 years old, born in 1989, world ranked 32nd. You can see her in the top left-hand side of your screen at present. Competed a few times last year, came 15th at Log Dragomir 2012, 25th at Vienna 2012. Highest result so far to date is in the female Youth B lead, so not in bouldering at all, and she came 2nd there in a European Youth Cup in Imst in 2004. Rebecca Stotts here in the top 2 screens for you. Petra Klingler making her final climb of the day, 2 minutes 30 roughly left on the clock for her. Vera Zalistra making another attempt on problem 3. Seen her come off a couple of times. Didn't look too comfortable earlier. Petra Klingler pushing up into a standing position and trying to go for it there, just a little bit quick. If you are trying to watch and you're having some trouble on the HD version on YouTube, you can also get onto our stream as well, which is on the IFSC's website, on the 24/7 stream as well. You can join us on there. And a question in the chat on that Twitter feed, which is hashtag IFSCWC from Holly B. What time do the men's qualifiers start? They're due to start at 3 p.m. local time here for us in Millau for the men's qualifications. So I don't know where you are, Holly B. I think you might be in Great Britain, which means it'll be about 2 o'clock there for you. Less than 50 seconds on the clock. Is Klingler going to be able to make this one? Seen her trying some interesting different moves with the beater on this one. Tried to just push up a moment ago. She's doing it again, just going straight for standing up. Got to get a foot. Right foot up behind you. So only 4 climbers coming out at the moment. There is a gap there. You can see that we're not having someone out to climb on that one. That's because there was a technical incident with the organisation here. We ended up with a gap between the climbers. So you're not missing anyone, don't worry. We'll make sure that we cover everybody that comes out to give us a climb. Manon Chapet joins us now for France on problem 1. There you are on the top left-hand screen. There you can see you've got names on there as well now, so you can see exactly who we're looking at. Sassol back out now as well. And Mina Leslie Wojcicki, bottom right, her final climb for the day. Mina needs this one to come through into the semis. It would be great to see Mina in a final this year. She looked in great form when we saw her at the QUIF, Climbworks International Festival, one of the pre-events with the IFSC calendar. Oren asking what the difficulties with the problems. Right, last time. I'm going to go through them one more time. Women's problem 1 is a 6C plus to a 7A. This is the Fontainebleau grading because Manu gave it me that way. Problem 2, which you can see Sassol on the, at the moment, that's a 7A plus. Problem 3 is a 7B to a 7B plus. You can see there Sabine Bakker is on problem 3. Problem 4 is a 7B, and no one's on that one at the moment, so don't worry. And problem 5 is a 6C plus, supposedly a 6C plus. Arguably, I'm sure it probably is. It's just that there seems to be something going on with the way that people are reading the beta. It seems to be one of the trickier problems at the moment. You can see Mina, that facial expression says it all. Huge shouts from Sheila in the chat room. Allez Manon. Actually Manoon. Two minutes 30 left on the clock. Mina Leslie Wojcicki still on the ground. Sassol still on the ground as well. This is Mina's last climb of the day. Let's hope she gets it off here to really secure a position into the semi-finals. Well, here she goes with another one. Big reach now up onto the next one, up with the right. Oh, she's gone with the left. Securing it there. Doesn't look too comfortable here though, Mina. Pushing up here. Don't go straight for it, Mina. She is. See how she gets on here. Now that hand, that right hand is where that hand needs to be. But a little bit further up, we've seen the best attempts have come from a little bit further up. Is she going to jump for it? She is. That is, I think, the first time that we've seen anybody doing that beta do it with a flash the first time. And it all came down to where that right hand was, I think. It gave her that little bit more leverage to secure it. That was a big jump, though, from a squat position. Fantastic effort there from Mina Leslie Wojcicki. There is a flash on women's problem 5. What a brilliant way to end the qualification day. It's looking like we're going to see her in the semi-finals tomorrow. Sassol now on problem 2 for Korea. She's got the heel hook in straight away. She's got to push now up onto the green one, out with the left. Looks like she just slipped off with the heel hook a moment ago. I remember, guys, after we finish up over here, we'll probably take a brief break, but I don't think it'll be too long before we're back with the men's qualifications, and that starts at 3 p.m. local time for us here in Millau. And this is the hall as it looks at the moment. Those are our 4 boulder problems. Thoughts, guys watching at home, on what you think of the walls so far? What do you think of the problems here? Which one would you most like to try, and which one would you want to avoid like the plague? Thank you for that, Ian. My eyes were diverted momentarily. It was Mina's second go on block 5. So not a flash there for her. My apologies. Thanks for pointing it out. Diane Merrick, another British girl now, out on problem 1. Katerina Andreeva of Russia out on problem 2. It looks like we're finally getting rid of our phantom climber on problem 5. So with no one at the moment on problem 5, and hopefully we're back to 5 climbers in a moment's time. You can see Vera Zalistra there just cleaning the wall on problem 4, and on 3 is Rebecca Stotts. Diane Merrick really waiting before she makes an attempt on this one. Two minutes 35 left on the clock. Diane about to make another attempt on this one. Definitely reading it the right way. Foot up on there. Be a little bit static now. She makes her way up to this top. Big reach. A little bit too quick. Rebecca Stotts here. Here's Alistra really using her time here. Katerina Andreeva getting back up on the wall. Diane really taking her time to think about how she's going to attack problem 1 here. I think she's completely right in everything she's doing so far. She just rushed a little bit at the end. Maybe taking a rest, trying to regather her strength for another attempt. 1 minute 30 left on the clock. This is more than doable for Diane Merrick. Rebecca Stotts here as well. This is the point on the wall that we saw Schimmel and Keener constantly coming off on, and it seems that Rebecca Stotts is having the same issues with it. Right, here we go, Diane. Shuffle them feet up a little bit, nice and slow. It's just a bit too fast. Keeps bringing her off the wall. With another attempt. Let's see whether Rebecca Stotts is going to make anything of this one here. 34 seconds. Diane Merrick is still on the ground on problem 1. I'll keep you posted on that one. You can just see her where we are. Oh, there we go. Diane managing to get a hand on, shuffling the feet across. It's that quick transfer there keeps bringing her off. As I said, there are no slabs here, even though if you're looking directly at the wall, it might look a little bit flat. All of these walls. This is Asaki Hagawara now for Japan. I coined the girl with the crazy hair last year. This is a bit of a normal haircut for Asaki Hagawara. Usually comes out in tufts and feathers. I'm going to come out and have a little look at this problem now as she goes for her first attempt on problem 1. And let's have a look at the results as they stand at the moment. Still see Asaki there making a first push on her first attempt. I'll try and bring up the result lists for you in just a few seconds as they stand at the moment. And here we are. This is what we're looking at the moment then. Akiyo Noguchi, 5 tops in 6 attempts, 5 bonuses in 6 attempts. Anna Stöhr just below her, but 5 in 12 attempts. Managing to do all the problems, but in 12 attempts. Oda Moka underneath her, 4 in 4. Four equal 15th places here as well. Olga Yakovleva, Cecile Avazu, Tatiana Shemolkina and Rebecca Stotz. And I believe Rebecca Stotz is still climbing. 1 in 1 and 1 in 1 so far. So a nice spread all the way across here as well. So let's see who is our cut-off point at the moment. Our cut-off point is Sat Sol, although she doesn't know it at the moment. She's still on the wall. She's on problem 3. You can actually see her right next to her name just falling off there in the background. So there's our cut-off point at the moment. 20 places making it through into the semi-finals tomorrow, and then that'll be whittled down to just 6 as we go through to the finals tomorrow evening as well. Make sure you stay tuned for that. Come and join us. Get yourself out there. Make sure that people know. Get onto Facebook and on Twitter and invite people to come and join us here live on the IFSC stream. I'll take you back to a quad screen now. So Asaki Hagiwara in the top left, Manon Chapet in top right, Sat Sol bottom left, and Savine Bakker just next to her on problem 4 there, yep. So there are 5 problems here as well. It's just that we had our phantom climber. We're just getting rid of whoever she or he may be. Mystery person on problem 5. That's due to a technical mix-up behind the wall. Savine Bakker here on problem 4. Can't quite make the bonus hold there on that one. Manon Chapet here though. She's got a hand on the green. Can she get up onto the bonus? Nice and slow. Really big stretch there, really bending into that move before reaching up onto the bonus. That was a good effort there though. Hagiwara still on the ground on problem 1. We saw Diane Merrick just a few moments ago getting a hand up onto that final move, the final hold rather, at the top, but just not quite being able to secure it. Very awkward move with the foot there, Hagiwara, just to get onto that position that she's on now. There's one hand on. Inching round onto the top. There's 2 hands. She hasn't even tried to move over into the center. She's staying there, keep it safe. And there is a top for Asaki Hagiwara. Manon Chapet again, just really trying to pry herself into that move. Not quite being able to get a hand to the bonus hold. I think with 20 seconds roughly left on the clock, she is taking a card slip and leaving it at that. Unfortunately, no top there for her. Savine Bakker goes back behind the wall. I had a question coming through, just one that we were talking about earlier. What do people think of the bouldering walls as they stand at the moment? They're like the ones they were in the World Championships, and Mike would just like to let it be known that it is a logistical nightmare to cover it with the amount of cameras, to make sure that all the angles are covered for you so you can see everybody. The difference between having one wall and having 4 separate boulders Let us know what you think of the walls. So, Nelly Kudrova now of the Czech Republic comes out on women's problem 1, Diane Merrick on problem 2, Katerina Andreeva problem 3, Rebecca Stotts problem 4, and Vera Zalistra on her last climb of the day, problem 5. Had a bit of a bad run, Zalistra, on this one. Rob Carter on the Twitter feed. How on earth, I'm going to say there, am I supposed to work with the IFSC World Cup on? More to the point, how can I watch it without being found out? So unfair. Sulk. Get it on the iPhone or something. Just hide it under the desk. 3 minutes 20 left on the clock. All of our athletes on the ground. So, Nelly Kudrova is our next athlete out. 32 years old, born in 1980. World ranked 51st. In 2012, she ended up in 47th. We saw her at Innsbruck. She came 20th, so just made it into the semi-finals, Nelly, at Innsbruck. Actually, the last logged result that we have for her prior to Innsbruck last year, there's another one that she made it through to the finals for, is actually in the lead competition at Brno in the Czech Republic in 2009. There's a big gap there.
Un petit peu laborieux pour elle, mais à la force du mental et du biceps, elle est venue à bout de ce bloc numéro 3 et ça fait du bien. Une étape de plus franchie vers la qualification.
From Francesco as well on the Twitter feed. Yes, it is a shame, but unfortunately in Germany and also in China, the YouTube seems to have problems. I think it's definitely banned in China. Not too sure about Germany. You can follow us on the 24/7 page and the IFSC's page as well. Get yourself onto there and watch the live stream from there. Also, Chris Webb Parsons touching base with everyone now as well, saying hello from Trinidad. Unfortunately, as we move into this section, we'd usually have Graham Alderson running around and finding some interviews for us, but unfortunately he's done a runner. He's not with us at the moment. He's definitely running around somewhere. We're now with a new climber on problem 1, a Swedish athlete coming out. That's not Nelly Kudrova that you've got there. It is in fact Daniela Ebler of Sweden. And Saki Hagawara is now out as well. Sabine Bakker in the bottom right hand corner of your screen. And Manon Chapet as well of France back out. Daniela Ebler then, 27 years old, born in 1985. Born in Stockholm, lives in Hagastern. World ranked 54th. currently this year she's 21st because she just missed out on a place in the semi-finals in Chongqing. Although saying that the turnout in Chongqing was not anywhere near as many as we have here. I think 22 women came to compete in Chongqing. Caliber of the athletes was extremely high. We had all the greats there, but not that many of them. Is Sabine going to finish on a high here in the bottom right-hand corner of the screen? Plenty of time left for some attempts here, and she's already at this point on the wall. The crux. Now, that hand is exactly where she wants her other hand to be. The left hand, if she can just switch to the right, it's going to give her some much better leverage up towards that final move. She went for it. Unfortunately, came off the wall. Problem 5 at present. Really throwing a curveball right at the very end there. It's supposed to be one of the easier problems. 1 and 5. Message from Sheila McCarran on the Twitter feed saying, we'll be seeing expert lead climber Ellen Janicot bouldering at the international level. Pulled the blinder at the French Championships to qualify. Yes, you will. Sheila constantly plugging Ellen. Shameless. We saw her take gold at Briançon last year in the lead competition. Still very, very young, 19 years old, Ellen Janicot. She'll be out joining us on a bouldering circuit a little bit later today as well. Thank you very much, Pitch Climbing, who has very kindly posted all the grades for the blocks up on the Twitter feed. So I don't have to read it out for you again. So it's all there for you. If you want to join on the Twitter feed, get yourself onto Twitter and use hashtag IFSCWC. Well, as we're moving into the day and things are starting to kind of settle into a nice running pattern as we watch these athletes try and make their tops and make it through to the semis. One of the things that we like to do while we watch these climbers do their work is to talk about some fun facts. So I'm going to give the first one. It's a bit of a random one. There, in the centre of Millau, there is a McDonald's. It's one of the only McDonald's in the world to have been built twice on the same location, and that's due to the fact that somebody opposed it being built at the time that it was being built and went along with a crew of people and knocked it down. McDonald's then filed a lawsuit and fought for it to be rebuilt, and now Millau has a McDonald's. Whether that's a good thing or a bad thing, I don't know, but just a fun fact for you. The McDonald's here in Millau has been built twice. Message from Kevin Butters here as well on the IFSC feed. So happy to have the IFSC boulder coverage to keep me entertained while I'm laid up in bed with an ice pack. Good luck, Team GB. Well, I hope you're feeling better, Kevin. What has happened? Ola Love saying worried about Kim Jae-in's injury. I will try and find out as soon as I possibly can what has happened to Kim Jae-in and whether she will be, if she makes it through to the semis, whether she will be competing here or whether the injury is going to take her out. Also, Alex, I definitely saw a limp from Alex Puccio towards the end of it, so I'll try and find out about that one as well. Petra Rudzikova now for the Czech Republic out. So Petra Rudzikova is in the top left screen for you. And her teammate Nelly Kudrova, currently out on problem 2. Diane Merrick now out on problem number 3. She's going to need to start getting some tops in here. Let's see how she manages this cross, or if she can manage the cross to the crux. The bonus problem, bonus hold rather, sorry, on problem 3. Petra Rudzikova trying a really interesting tactic there on problem 1. Straddling the diamond-shaped volume in the middle of the wall. Let's see whether she changes the method on the beater here. Rebecca Stotts in a very tentative position here. Is she going to go for a drop knee? She's switching her legs back the other way around. Even a hand a little bit higher from where it is there on the right hand. Just something, give you an extra bit of a push. This has got to be really tiring, keeping herself on the wall like this. She's down again, 2 minutes 45 left on the wall on problem 5 here. Rebecca Stotts. Can she make it? Francesco, nice to see that you're joining us and that the stream's working fine for you now. Any support from Europe, do send it in. Again, a lot of support from GB at the moment. Diane Merrick, unfortunately, still on the ground. There was the minute alarm as well. All of our athletes now seem to be just analysing the wall. Petra's having another go, though. Chloe Collier now for Belgium. Coming out to join us, our 30th athlete out. So over halfway now as we move through our climbers. Sassol, that you can see on the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. But this is one of the athletes that I was talking to you about, Chloé Collier, only 16 years old. She's in the top left-hand corner of your screen at the moment. She was born in 1996, something which makes me feel a little bit ill. I won't talk about that. Masnui Saint-Pierre is where she lives at present. She's world ranked 80th. But looking at her previous results, she has been as high on the female youth B lead category. That's female youth B, so this is like 13 to 14 years old. She was 4th in Pau in France in 2011. She was 5th in the female youth A lead, the European Youth Cup, and that was lead. Lead climbing in Edinburgh in 2012. She was at the World Youth Championship in Singapore as well last year, and she came 16th there. And here she is now trying to break out with the seniors. Let's wish her all the best as she starts her senior career with us on the IFSC. And Tina Johnson-Hafsas is on here as well. Hard day at school, but getting psyched for your first World Cup in 3 weeks. Looking forward to seeing you again. So Greg Karolak as well with the question, what time does the male qualification start here in the end, 2 p.m. or 3 p.m? I'm just letting you know, it starts at 3 p.m. our time. So here in Millau, we start at 3 o'clock. I was given the 2 p.m. idea as an idea for people in England, being an hour behind us. So Greg, hopefully that answers your question. So it's 3 p.m. for the men's qualifications. Any predictions for the men's qualifications as to who is going to be in our final 6? Do send them in. I like hearing what you guys are thinking with our final 6. Dimitri looking very, very strong in Chongqing just recently. All athletes still on the ground here. It seems like we've fallen into a lull. Here's another attempt now from Daniela Ebler. She's over on problem 4 in the top right-hand corner of your screen. This really is just a matter of reading the beta right on all of these problems by the look of things. A lot of, some support here, at least for Chloé Collier from Jérôme Vervier. And here she is. Again, this is just a matter of reading the beta. Very strange tactic there, unfortunately. She's still got some time. This is her last minute now that she's in. A lot of compliments from Felix Tyrone as well. Thank you very much. Lovely to hear from you. Nice to know that Sweden are tuning in and keeping focused. Nice to have some Swedish athletes here as well in the competition. Daniela, I believe, finishing on that one. Now, come and sit. I am joined by Alex Puccio, who has found me out, which always makes me happy because I get to have a chat. Can you tell me, Alex, can you tell me what exactly happened at that final problem there? It looked like you had a bit of a problem. Did you run into some difficulties at the end, or what was going on?
I think, it was the dyno for the last hold, and I just didn't catch it in the right spot a couple times, and then on my last go I kind of hyperextended my knee or my leg and tweaked it and popped, but it's feeling a little bit better now. Just the muscles are sore around it, so I don't think it's too bad. But yeah, I don't know, not my climb, I guess.
You came out really, really strong. They started off really strong on 1 and moving on to 2 as well. So the leg injury that you had at the very end there, it was just a tweak. We're not going to be too worried about that.
I hope not. I mean, it's sore now walking around, but I think I had someone look at it and they said it was stable, so which is good. And you're always worried when you feel a pop and then it hurts really bad. But this pain's gone down. It's just now that it's a bit sore. But I think maybe a heel hook will hurt, but I think it'll be fine other than that.
What did you think of the walls? Because these are the sort of boulders that we looked at in the World Championships in Paris, these standalone walls like this. Do you like them or not? At least there's no slabs, hey?
Yeah, there are no slabs, but it's not it's not too overhung, is it? It's quite vertical, or slightly more than vertical, not so much steep walls, and I like that there's not, I mean, I guess there's a rets, but they're kind of big, so it's kind of just like, you know, straight angled walls, which is really nice, and it's good that there's no slab. Well, good for me at least, but yeah, they can set more dynos, which I've been getting better at, and yeah, they did well with setting tricky boulder problems. There's not too many volumes on the wall, it doesn't seem, and yeah, I think they did pretty good at setting, so I was happy.
A difference from Chongqing in the qualifications for the women's, and we had the rush. So you took bronze at Chongqing, the first World Cup of the year. What did you do after when you finished up at Chongqing? Did you fly straight home? Did you stay for a while? Have you been climbing or resting?
I definitely didn't stay. We all left and got back to England and got a big platter of fish and chips. And yeah, fish and chips and tea, and we eat pies now, and the pies are really good. But yeah, just trained a little bit, did some flash training, and now back here for the next comp. It's really hard to train when there's not much time in between them, so you just have to try to stay in shape.
So, and Chris as well has just sent in a little tweet for you as well, saying, "Come on, Alex, you gotta stay pumped." Talk to me about climbing in America. I noticed that you put something out, I think, was it on Twitter or Facebook the other day, about the Americans and how we want them to start coming over and touring around, because you spend a lot of time when Chris or someone else isn't here being like the token American gunning for the team. Talk to me about that.
So I wrote something on Facebook yesterday. I didn't think it would kick off as much as it did. I was just really, kind of just sitting in my hotel room voicing my opinion about what I thought, it's just sad seeing all these other teams and a full team, or even more than just one person, and I'm the only one here, and it's just, I won't be the only one in Vail or Canada, but it's just really, kind of, I wish I had a team. It's just disappointing, and I got actually a lot of good feedback from it when all the comments and likes and stuff, and some positive things that could potentially come from it, and I don't know, maybe it just takes the athletes to voice up and say something and say, we really want this, especially if we're trying to, have it become an Olympic sport. And I mean, the USA is like, and USA has some of the best sponsors for climbing individual athletes. So I, would think that we could find some sponsorship for the team, and it would be amazing to have a full-on US team. It's not that we're not strong enough. That's not why we're not here. It's just because we don't have the funding, and they're mostly in Europe, and it's just so expensive for us to pay our own money to come over here.
Absolutely, you've got some huge climbers over there. You've got Sasha DeJulian, who used to come over and do the comps for us here. We haven't seen for a while because, again, the sponsors pick up really massive over there, and then she goes off and does other things. But Alex Johnson as well, and in the guys, there's some really good up and coming climbers. Alex Fritz, and then we've got who else am I thinking of? There's a couple of other lads.
Well, the ABS Nationals, there's a lot of strong guys, and I mean, we had 80 guys and like 50-something women competing, and I mean, that's one of the most that we've ever had for ABS Nationals. And we usually have some Europeans sometimes over there, and and everyone, like the Americans, do stand their ground. And you have Daniel Woods, that's also a 7-time ABS national winner, and you have Ian Dory, Carlo, and you just have tons of strong guys. And I know Paul Robinson said maybe he wants to do some, and then you have Ian Dory that said he would come over here and do some if he had the funding. So we could have a team, and it would be really good, I think. So
can we just talk briefly about the wall as well now, just to go back onto how this is working, moving along on the 5 different problems. We've seen a lot of difficulties with beta and how people are reading different things through this one. Was there anyone in particular that you hit a beta problem with that you think now, looking at it again, you might have attacked differently?
I think maybe on the third one, I did the beta wrong the first time and then found it the second time. But that was a quick recovery for me. And then on the first one, I had no idea what to do. And then when I looked at it, and I was like, well, kind of just try. And then it was a lot easier than it actually looks. And then the last one, maybe I would have tried the dyno a little bit different and try to go both hands. That seems what you kind of have to do and grab it in the right spot. So
you came so close on that first attempt. I thought that was a flash straight away, and it was like fingers just, I could feel the skin coming off as you came up. And then after that, it was just the same point that we can see like around now, where we're with French athlete. This is Manon Chappet, isn't it? Yes, it is. I think it is. Sorry, just changing the names there. So yeah, exactly the same point that we've just seen her try there with that push-up. They're the most successful athletes that we've seen on this one have been using a drop knee with the right leg onto the
Akiyo tried it.
Counterintuitive? Does it not feel right to do that when you're on there?
It's weird. It's a weird position. It's more technical to do it that way, and I know, and it's a technical dyno as well. It's not a massive dyno, and you're off a good hold. It's just maybe not jumping too hard or something. And I know Akiyo used a drop knee, and Cecile used a drop knee, but Cecile was on one hand on the finish hold, but just didn't have the height like Akiyo did to get the good part of the hold and couldn't match it. So I don't know if you have to be a bit taller to do it that way or not. I didn't try it. I know Cecile's shorter than I am, and I'm not tall. But
what about on 4 as well? The final little pop up to the last hold. How was that for you?
Yeah, it's weird. I know like quite a few people that couldn't do that last move, but then did the dyno on the last one, and I found the dyno on the 4th one really easy for me. And I mean, you go into a jug though, huge hold, so you can just go all out for it. Yeah. It's not as technical. You just have to go for it and just get your hand over it. And I think the last one, it's just you have to hit it right in the right spot. Yeah. That's the difference, I think.
We've seen a lot of people on 4 that have been using 2 feet up on the tiny holds, you know, one on the left that's sort of squatting down and trying to push up and seem to be sort of springing away from the wall as they jump.
Yeah, it's weird. Like that's what Mina said. Mina Makovic, she was telling me that she kept on jumping away every time from it. And I honestly don't know. Maybe I got lucky. I don't know.
Got lucky on 4.
Maybe, yeah.
Well, so is it looking at the moment like you're going to be through into the semi-finals? Are we hoping that that's going to be
Yeah, I think, I'm not quite sure, maybe tied for 3rd or somewhere around there at least. It was a little bit ago and I haven't seen the scores since, so I think top 5 at least, hopefully. And then, yeah, it's nice because, you know, it's not, you don't always want to climb last anyway, so you don't have to. It makes it a bit better. And being a little bit higher up, though, helps in case there is a tie. So if you're in the top 5 spots, it helps it for tiebreakers if you tied for someone to go into finals. So
that's a count back.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you think that might be an issue as we move through these ones? I mean,
you never know. That's the thing. It's like, I mean, it just depends how they set, and you know, like you saw in China how the first round qualification, they set too easy, and so from there, I think they realize they either have, you know, if they get it right, they'll take it from today and see. Okay, I think they've set they separated everyone quite well. I think I was in a 3-way tie though. 3 or 4-way tie or something with doing 4 tops in 5 tries. And yeah, I think you just have to, the setters have to just set them perfect for not to have that many ties.
It's got to be hard though. I mean, I know you've done setting yourself, like you do, you've done some setting up in Sheffield in England. And
a little bit, yeah.
And in London as well, you did some setting at the Arch, didn't you?
Did I don't know.
I'm sure you did some at the Biscuit Factory down in London. Because I went in and they said, yeah, you and Chris were down there the week before.
I think I did. I think I set like maybe 1 or 2. Because Chris set most of them. I'll take credit. Well, if they're good, I'll take credit.
I'm telling you what you've done now.
Yeah.
Well, talk to us about setting and about, like, for you. I mean, that's a much more relaxed environment. But from what you've seen from chatting to other setters and things, it's a pretty pressurized job, I think. To get it refined and right is a really hard thing to do.
Yeah, I set a final one time for it. It's like a little local comp in Boulder, but I mean, in Boulder there's like really strong girls as well. And I set the girls final, and there was only 2 climbs in the final, and there's a red point round before, so we set 30 boulder problems in like one day, or it was more than that. It was like 50 or something in one day, and then at the end of it, then you set the last boulder. The final boulder, and you're tired by that time. And I remember I made it. It was really pinchy if I ended up making it too easy, and most of the girls all did it, and I was like, well, I don't know, because you climb it like maybe 15 times in a row. You're like, is this right? Is this right? And you always second guess yourself. So there's a lot of pressure for the setters. So, you know, I can understand how hard it actually is, and it's not just, you know, it's not as easy just as saying, oh, why couldn't they set better boulder problems?
If you are just joining us, I'm chatting very briefly with Alex Puccio, who's come over to join us after she's finished her climb here today. Alex, thank you for coming and joining and having a chat. It's always a pleasure.
No worries, thank you.
I'll speak to you soon. That was Alex. She's now going to come and sit, I think. And oh, no, she's off. Walk the leg out. Let's see in a bit. So Alex looking relatively comfortable as she's moved through into the semi-finals. Currently in the semi-finals, and hopefully that she'll stay there. Did have a bit of a ding on the leg, the final problem 5, but she looks comfortable now. And she's saying that it's not hurting too much, so she's going to be good to go as we move through into the semis. So, we're here with some new climbers. I haven't had my eye on the screen for too long. She's been chatting to Alex, but here's Cindy Sararak of France. And Magali Hayen of Belgium as well. Magali Hayen, 23 years old, lives in Bouffes. 22nd in Munich at the Bouldering World Cup there in 2011, 25th in Eindhoven as well. Last time she made a final though, sorry, a semi-final, it was actually in the female juniors lead. The IFSC Youth Series in Annecy in France in 2008, and she just missed out on making it into the final there. She came 9th. So never a final. Hopefully this is her year. Any support for her, do send it into the IFSC Twitter. I will make it known. Cindy Sararak as well then, from France. Currently out on women's problem 1. Men's problem 1, yes, let's just bring out the men. No, the men's will be later on today at 3 p.m. local time here in Millau. So Cindy Sararak, 20 years old, and her results as they stand so far are mainly on the female juniors circuit and on the female youth A and B. And predominantly in lead climbing as well. The 2 results that she does have in boulder though is European Youth Cup. She came first. She's won a gold medal there in Milan in Italy in 2011. She also podiumed in Munich in Germany in 2011. She came 3rd there, took a bronze medal. She's in the top left-hand corner of the screen for you now. Our 2 athletes from the Czech Republic in the bottom left, Petra Rudskova and Nelly Kudrova. Starting out on women's problem 3 and 4, and Diane Merrick, her final climb for the day. I know a lot of you are joining us with support for Diane in the chat room. Well, I have been joined by one of the French coaches, Sami Remy. Sami, thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you, you're welcome.
Can you talk to us a little bit about how the coaching works over here in France? Is it just you, or you with?
To coach the French national team, we are 2 coaches, my colleague Nicolas Januel and me. We are just starting this job with the senior team, because last year we worked with the youth team, and so now we are 2 to coach the senior bouldering team, and that's one of our first experience, and really exciting and happy to coach our French climbers.
So were you working last year with just the youth, and was it just specifically bouldering, or is it for lead as well and for the speed climbers?
Last year, I was with François Legrand, work with the lead youth team, and Nicolas worked with other coaches, and he worked in Bouldering youth team and also speed youth team. So we know about all the specialties,
So you got
and
all the
now
bases covered.
we work just on Bouldering.
Well, you had the fantastic results, obviously, with the French climbing the speed
Yeah.
last year. You know, with the world record holder, and then again going into this year, you've had a good turnout as well in Chongqing just recently. What can you tell us about some of the people that we're seeing now on the walls? I mean, Fanny Givert, here we've seen on problem 1.
Exactly.
So you've been working with her recently as well. Then, what about people we're going to see later on as well? One of our lead climbers, Hélène Janico.
Yes. Hélène starts her season in the national bouldering competition, and she climbed really well because she was third at the national French championship in boulder. So she wants to discover the new things, have new experience in competition, and we are happy that she climbed there. She starts by bouldering competition, maybe not all, but some World Cups. After she will be focused at the end for the lead competition. It's her principal goal. And but she's really she's good now. She climbed a lot of boulder in our new training center, also in Voiron where she lives, and she's really motivated to start with bouldering this year.
We're seeing it happen more and more that some climbers are crossing over from the lead climbing and coming into bouldering as well, like Mina Markovic, for example, very well known for doing both as well. Hélène had a fantastic year last year, obviously, a gold medal in Briançon, and obviously she's got to focus on the lead this year as well. But was it her decision to come for the bouldering, or was it something that you suggested to her as a way of training as well?
Both. First, it's her decision, and like coaches, we know that it's really interesting for her to start with some bouldering competition at the beginning, because she can improve a lot of things in her climbing, sometimes technical qualities, and also it's a good period for all the lead climbers at the beginning to work on the trench, the powerful. So she has a lot of things to learn, and it's also, I think, good for motivation, because it's not exactly the same, it's different, you don't know everything, you can progress, you can improve a lot of things, and she's really in this spirit.
So talk to me about the training that the French athletes go through. For example, Nolan is up on the wall here. What kind of training would a normal training day consist of for her? How often during a week does she climb? You know, what kind of things is she working mainly with? Does she do any endurance training? Is she working on what kind of training does she?
Yes, in general, for this type of this level of climbers, they train about 5 or 6 days per week. More of this training are bouldering, but sometimes you need also to work in endurance, but it's not exactly the same training it's not exactly like in lead, but it's like, I don't know the word, sorry, but I think it's fractionné. It's when you make a lot of short efforts when you train, and you repeat a lot of short efforts.
Like a circuit?
Yes, exactly, but not in one attempt, in many attempts, you know. So maybe about one training in endurance per week. Also climbing outdoor, really interesting.
So you encourage that as on the team to not just limit yourself to gyms, but you also train out on rock as well.
Exactly, a lot of time, because now we have a new center in Fontainebleau.
Yeah.
Next to.
But you've got so much in Fontainebleau anyway.
Yeah.
You would be outside, wouldn't you? Of course you would.
Exactly, and it's really interesting for techniques. and also for motivation to change, not always the same things, the same training.
Yeah, to be outside and
Yes.
active. But it's such a difference. I mean, like the Austrians, for one, you know, very keen on gym climbing and training young from gym. Do you think it improves mentality and the way people think if you do spend some of your time training outside as well as going to a gym?
Yes, I'm sure it's a really good thing to also to improve the level of the intensity that you can make in an attempt. Because when you train in gym, in general, you never climb in boulders as hard as when you are outside. You know, sometimes when you are in the forest, you can walk 1, 2, 3 years to top one boulder. When you train in gyms, bouldering change oftentimes, and when you don't stop, you don't success the boulder in general. After it change, and you just try maybe 1-2 months, and after it's finished. So when you climb outside and you are motivated to have a big crux for you, I think you can climb in hardest boulder.
Yeah.
Yes.
Just finally, I wanted to ask you about the reaction to Bercy last year, having the World Championships in Paris, and you know the atmosphere we had there in that room, and the buzz around it. How was it for you, obviously being French and being here, to have something of that caliber, you know, coming to Paris?
Yes, it was a really great event for us, because for me, I was on the team on lead setters, so route setters. So but I also saw all the competition and bouldering competition with Melanie Sandoz, who win in bouldering. So it was really crazy. All these people in the same place, with a big show like Bercy. Also for French people, Bercy is a special place with oftentimes in the history a lot of big events, not just in sports but in
music as well.
Music and exactly.
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
it's a special atmosphere, and so really happy to share this event with everybody.
I'm just saying, and then Melanie as
yes,
well. Melanie
and
Sandoz obviously involved.
Exactly, Melanie. It was the top of the
It was
of the
phenomenal
event for us.
final all the way through. It was absolutely fantastic. Remember, guys, you can also still watch that. Get yourself onto YouTube on the IFSC's channel, and you can get on and select Paris World Championships. Go and watch the final for the bouldering. If you haven't seen it already, go and watch it. It was an absolutely phenomenal event. About Melanie Sandoz, just quickly, with the finger injury at the moment, she's still out. When can we expect to see Melanie coming back?
We are working with her to maybe she will be back in 1 month about. She wants to come quickly, because she wants to compete. She likes that. But we speak with her to not be too quick.
Take it slow.
Yeah, to take time, because it was a big injury on the finger. So now it's better. Last week the injury was now I think quite good, but she needs time to
heal.
Yes,
properly.
and maybe we don't know, but I like for Dragomer.
Or Dragomir.
Yes, it's
that'd be
best,
great.
Yes.
Fantastic. Thank you very much for talking to us, Sami Remy, one of the coaches.
Sorry for
the
my
French
English,
team.
and thank you.
Thank you very much
good
for
luck
talking to us.
Yes,
Pleasure.
bye.
Take care. Well, that was one of our French coaches here, Sami, coming over to talk about the French team. Pleasure to speak to some of the coaches. Don't always get to chat to the coaches here. Interesting point from Kevin Butters just about that chat we were talking about. How can the athletes recover when they're training 6 days a week, 5 hours a day? It's an interesting point. But I suppose if you fall into that kind of a training schedule, you sort of get used to it. Your body will adjust to training that amount of time in a day. I suppose your body will probably react worse if you weren't training that often. If you did take a few days off to try and recover, your body will probably react in not as beneficial a way as if you were to keep up the schedule. I know I've done training like that before, and you take a day off or two and it just hurts. If you keep going, it seems to be all right. But it's definitely a thing with these climbers, these athletes, especially for the bouldering and the lead. The speed as well, it's all about power and about how much you train. You know, we know Sean McCall is a training addict, as is Jakob Schubert. These people just spend their entire lives just trying to be better at this sport and the different disciplines. It's an admirable quality, I think. Well, while we wait for our next climbers to come out in this rotation, 3 minutes here still left on the clock. I am just going to pop over now and see if I can find out exactly what's happened to Kim Jae-in for you. I know a lot of you are asking about that one, and I'm just going to grab a quick drink of water. I'll be back in a couple of minutes. I'll leave you with the stream.
Et je vous l'avais dit qu'il fallait suivre Nolan Berthier qui sort ce troisième bloc et qui va peut-être pouvoir aller chercher une qualification en demi-finale. Et ce serait une super performance et à la hauteur du travail, du mérite que cet athlète a pu mettre en entraînement.
Non, c'est même pas 2 ans, c'est 3 ans.
C'est parti pour Cindy Sararak dans le bloc numéro 3. Elle sait que c'est un bloc possible puisque juste avant elle, Millau Berthier a réussi, elle le sait qu'elle peut le faire également. Et on avait parlé hier de la délégation du Canada qui n'était pas encore arrivée. Et on a au bloc numéro 2 Thomasina Pigeon qui nous vient du Canada. Je ne sais pas si elle est francophone ou anglophone. Mais en tout cas, elle vient de l'autre côté de l'Atlantique. Et dans la délégation du Canada, on a notamment un jeune homme qu'on apprécie particulièrement en France parce qu'il est tellement sympathique, il parle très bien français, même si il vient de Vancouver, d'une partie anglophone du Canada, Colombie-Britannique. Mais il s'agit de Shauna Coxsey qui sera un des grimpeurs à suivre puisqu'il est dans les meilleurs mondiaux. Je vais pouvoir vous donner son classement mondial 2012 tout à l'heure. Mais assurément, c'est un des tout meilleurs mondiaux. Et en plus, un garçon extrêmement sympathique. Donc Shauna Coxsey, que j'ai aperçu tout à l'heure de la délégation canadienne, qui sera à suivre. Allez Cindy, allez.
Hello again, chaps. I've been all the way around the arena trying to find any news that we can about from the Korean team about Kim Jae-in. I am told at the moment, although the Korean team seems to have disappeared, so hopefully they're tending to any injury that might have happened there, making sure that Kim is okay. But I am told that it's not too serious an injury by some of the officials here. They don't think that we're going to see anybody withdrawing, so hopefully Kim Jae-in will be back with us for the semi-finals. At the moment she's currently sitting, I believe, in 9th place. So we look forward to seeing her in the semi-finals, hopefully, all being well. I will, of course, keep you posted when I hear anything further on that one. Back on the wall now, though. Elsa Ponzo of France. Big turnout here for the French team. Nice to chat to the French coach just a few moments ago. Sammy came over to have a chat with us. Anja Hodan of Sweden as well. I know we have some people joining us from Sweden to cheer the team on over here. Also, Elsa Ponzo, another 16-year-old athlete, top right-hand corner of your screen right now, born in 1996, lives in Boulogne-Billancourt. Sorry, I'm getting myself confused. Elsa Ponzo, the French team, another 16-year-old athlete. I thought that name sounded a bit French then for the address. Boulogne-Billancourt, Elsa Ponzo. We just saw her a few moments ago in the top left-hand corner of your screen. Chloe Collier down the bottom right there, making a final attempt on problem 5 here as well. Fanny Gibert and Nolwenn Berthier, two French athletes in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen on problems 3 and 4. And then Anja Hodan from Sweden, 35-year-old athlete from Stockholm. Highest result so far to date was 3rd place, took the bronze medal of the UIAA Climbing World Cup in Grindelwald in Switzerland in 2006. Quite a while ago. We did see her in 2010 though. She was in 20th place at the European Championship in Imst in Austria. Made through to the semis there. We have seen her in a fair few finals. 4th place in Sofia in Bulgaria in 2007 at the Bouldering World Cup there as well, and 5th at the Rockmaster in Arco in 06. She's in the top right-hand corner of your screen at the moment, working on problem 2. Any problems you guys might have, any questions, any opinions, do send them in on the IFSC Twitter feed. That's on hashtag IFSCWC on Twitter. Comment there from Jackie Stainton saying, missing the live chat. Well, come and join us over on the Twitter. Hopefully we get a bit of a chat going over on here. Opinions then so far on which is your favourite problem that's up at the moment. It's nice to talk to Alex Puccio as well. It's good to know that her injury isn't too serious. We're talking to her about what was her favourite one. She liked 4 a lot. More than 5. Cries of Allez Elsa from Sheila, who, all being well, fingers crossed, will be my co-commentator here for the finals. And that is an invitation to Sheila, according to Mike. So 25 seconds left on the clock. We get ready for another turnaround. Well over halfway here now through the women's. Remember, we've got the men's to come as well. Bit of a strange turnaround. We're having the men's in the afternoon, and that starts at 3 p.m. local time here in Millau. Chloe Collier, 10 seconds left on the clock. Came close there, but down on the ground again. Out now on problem 1. Anna Lehtinen of Finland, 22 years old, born in 1990, lives in Espoo. Here she is. Results standing so far today, 53rd at the World Championships in Paris last year. Came 31st at the World Cup in Munich in Germany 2012. And also now on the top right-hand corner of your screen, Leah Crane, We saw her at the Climbing Works International Festival, the QUIF Festival in Sheffield as a pre-event before we started the IFSC year. So hopefully some of you guys caught that one as well. I think if you're joining us from England right now, you're probably watching that one. Was world ranked 41st in 2011. Highest result on the IFSC circuit for Leah Crane is only 11th at the IFSC Climbing World Cup. But to give you an idea of some of her previous results, she was also 11th at Sheffield in 2011. She's been climbing since she was 6 years old, Leah, up in the top right-hand corner. She was the British bouldering champion at Sheffield in the UK in 2009. She came first there. And she's also been a British youth climbing champion twice. She was a British youth climbing champion in 1998 and 1999. Leah Crane there of Great Britain. Thomasina Pigeon in the bottom left for Canada. Frequent face, we've seen her a few times before. Also climbs a bit of lead. So Magali Hayen now of Belgium, 2 minutes 20 left on the clock, making her final climb of the day on problem 5. Anybody joining us from Belgium, do give us a shout out on the Twitter feed. Let us know that you're watching. I'd like to know where the support's coming in from. Some support then as well from Rob Carter saying go Leah. She's making her attempt on problem 2 now, so 3 more climbs left for her. And a question from Gabby Thompson as well on the IFSC chat saying watching the World Cup but confused how the scores work. Well, Gabby, it's the most amount of tops in the least amount of attempts. So the first slashes that you might see on the score sheet will be the amount of tops that athlete has made, and then next to it the amount of attempts that they've made. So say if it's 5 in 6, it means that they've topped all 5 of the problems and they did it in 6 attempts. An attempt is logged after the athlete has met the starting holds, which you can see marked just below where Leah is now with her drop knee in the top right hand corner. That little bit of black tape there, that's the starting hold. Once the athlete gets onto the wall there and moves from that position, that is then logged as an attempt. And then next to that as well is attempts on a bonus. That's what the other scores that are next to that one are as well, as there are bonus holds marked on all of these walls. I'll point one out for you on the top left hand side of your screen now. The little bit of red tape you can see there about midway up the wall that Anna's working on, that red tape is the bonus hold, and bonuses help us with ties and things like that, and attempts on bonuses as well. We did see in Munich last year split between the gold and silver medalists, Sean McCall, I believe Rustam Gelmanov, Dmitry Sharafutinov, there. That was down to an attempt on a bonus. So that can be very close and can make all the difference between even medals as well in this competition. So that's a brief outline of how the scores work. There are 5 boulder problems set here in the semi-finals. Each athlete has 5 minutes to try and complete each of those problems in the least amount of attempts as possible. So hopefully that answers your question there for you, Gabby. And Secretariat KBF saying following our Belgian climbers live at the WC in Millau. So it's nice to see that we do have some support from Belgium. There's a shout out for you guys. And you're very welcome, Gabby. And on that note, we move on to our next climber coming out. It's Eileen Juves Angarita of Spain. Comes out onto women's problem 1 for us now. She's 31 years old, from Huesca. No results standing so far on an IFSC circuit. It's nice to see some new athletes starting up on the IFSC bouldering season as well. Seen a lot of the younger youth climbers qualifying and coming through into the seniors now as well.
Allez, c'est bien parti. J'ai parlé trop vite pour Fanny au bloc numéro 4. Elsa Bonzo de l'équipe de France également, 2h38 au bloc numéro 2.
and your Hodan in the bottom left-hand side of your screen now as well, making an attempt on women's problem 3. This crossover here onto that bonus hold, Gabby, as I was talking to you about, you see the red tape there on that one? That's the bonus hold in that problem. And that cross is the crux of this wall here. It's the most difficult point to cross over onto. And that's where we've seen a lot of athletes struggling to try and secure that bonus and then move on and up from there. Seems to be splitting them. But it seems the two main ones that are really, well, actually, I'd say 3 that are dividing our athletes here are 2, 4, and 5. Those seem to be the ones that are causing the most problems. Even for some of the real higher up athletes, we saw Anna Stöhr coming out and straight away use up a load of attempts on problem 2, which at the moment you can see Elsa Ponzo of France making an attempt on it here. And it was the point just after that one, you just see her reach up there with the left hand, try and make it to the green hold. That stumped Anna Stöhr, and that took a fair few attempts to get there. Now Anna topped all of the problems here, all 5 of them, but she did it in 12 attempts. And that is quite a lot of attempts, and if quite a few other athletes had managed to top all 5 in less, we might not be seeing Anna Stöhr through. But as it stands at the moment, I believe only her and Akiyo Noguchi, they're the only 2 that have topped all 5 problems so far. Below excuse me, below her we have Alex Puccio and a few others that are tied in 3rd with 4 tops on these problems so far. So we've got a really nice split going on here. Difference between when we saw in Chongqing and a huge amount of athletes just flashing or at least topping all of the problems that we had in the qualifications. A bit of a difference here, really nice spread. That's down to Manuel Hasler, who is our chief route setter here, who has set a world championship before, so we're in good hands. Eileen on the top left now has definitely got the right tactic, but she went for a jump there. And that final hold, we've seen it before with some of the athletes that come out. It's not a very positive ledge on that that final hold. There's not much to cling on to at all. It's definitely about that static, slow reach up to try and get your hand onto the top hold in the women's problem 1. Over on problem 4 though now. Fanny Gibert. This is the best we've seen for a while. Are we going to see something here from Gibert? Very close to a top. And unfortunately just slipping at the very end there. 20 years old, Fanny Gibert. Born in Montpellier, which is not too far from here. Currently lives in Paris, which is very far from here, but deep in the south of France. This is what I'm talking about, some of the younger climbers that are coming up through the female juniors categories, the World Youth categories. Fanny was at the World Youth Championship in Singapore last year. She came 10th. She was the gold medalist at the female juniors boulder European Youth Cup at l'Argentière in France in 2012. So last year she had a gold medal. The year before that, in 2012, she was a gold medalist at Grindelwald as well. So definitely a climber that we're looking forward to seeing something from as she starts to move into the senior category on the IFSC circuit. Shout out to Claire Yuledale, saying good job UK ladies in Millau. IFSC World Cup. Hope that Climb Jane, which I'm guessing is Kim Yain's personal Twitter, that her knee injury isn't too serious. Bring on the men's qualifiers. I'm being told that she's okay at the moment, although the team have sort of whisked her off and away. Make sure that she's okay. I will keep you posted as soon as we hear anything on that one. So now out on women's problem 1 as well, Ruta Kershulte of Lithuania. Nice to see some different countries coming in and competing in the World Cups as well. And there is a top on problem 3 for Leah Crane there of Great Britain. Let's hope she can keep going. There was a top on problem 1 as well for her, I think. I don't think she topped 2, but that's now another top for her on problem 3. Let's hope she can keep pushing like that onto 4 and 5, and that we'll see her in the semi-finals as well. So Cindy Sararak of France on the bottom right for you now, on problem 5, and Thomasina Pigeon on the bottom left of Canada.
Et on va pouvoir aussi saluer la Finlande au bloc numéro 2 avec une jeune fille qui s'appelle Anna Lehtinen de Finlande.
Anna Lehtinen of Finland, another attempt now on problem 2.
Sur le bloc numéro 5 qu'il faut également soutenir parce qu'elle va en terminer avec son circuit sur cette
Seems to be a lot of the difficulties that these climbers are running into in the latter stages of these qualifiers are to do with the beta and how they're reading the wall. Anna instantly trying to go left on that problem. We've seen the heel hook be the thing that's helped them rock up onto the green over on the left.
Le chemin est souvent long et fastidieux, tant sur l'entraînement que sur l'apprentissage et l'expérience qu'il faut acquérir sur les compétitions.
Thomasina Pigeon struggling to strike out right onto that blue volume there as well. Cindy now starting another attempt on women's problem 5 with 1 minute left on the clock.
L'accélération du mouvement aussi quand il s'agit de faire des mouvements dynamiques. Des mouvements de calage et puis toute la gestion du temps de la compétition, les 5 blocs, les 4 x 5 minutes de repos entre les 4 x 5 minutes d'escalade, 4 fois où il faut, 5 fois plutôt même où il faut.
Well, we have another treat for you guys now. I have the pleasure of being joined by Heiko Wilhelm, who is the coach for Austria. Heiko, I've just been told you know about the injury to Kim Yain. Can you give us a few words about that before we start talking about the Austrian team? Because I do want to talk to you about that as well.
Okay, yeah, I just saw her falling on problem number 4. There's a pretty tricky jump in the last move on the chuck, and when she fell down, her leg was straight. So I think she got a pretty hard pressure on the knee, and now she has, yeah, it looks pretty serious on the knee, and she. At the moment, she doesn't know what's going on with the knee, but our physio, he will have a look later at the day, and then we know more.
So it's a jarring injury because she's locked out the knee as she landed, and she's put all the weight on the knee as she
Yeah,
hit.
so this happens sometimes in climbing, and sometimes you might get injured on the cruciate ligament or something like that, or on the, I don't know the word for the.
I know the ACL. You're talking about the ACL
yeah.
ligaments, the around the knee. Yeah, definitely. That's a real shame. I was told earlier that there wasn't too much of a problem with that. Maybe that is now looking a little bit more serious than they think. I know for you, especially working with the physios very closely, you know a serious injury when you see one. You think that this could possibly be one?
Yeah, it could be, but you never know. The pain at the first moment was really high, but also the shock.
Yeah.
Is something which makes you feel worse. But I was really surprised that she tried the last problem as well.
Again, she
number
carried
5,
on.
And
yeah.
there is also a jump on the last move, so I hope it didn't. Yeah, I hope it didn't get worse because of that.
Because she carried on pushing
Yes.
on it. Yeah, it's always a risk,
It might
isn't it?
be worse.
Well, there you are, guys. There's a little bit more of an update about what's going on with Kim Ye-in. Let's turn tables now and talk about a more positive aspect of things. Let's talk about the Austrian team and how you started up this year. What kind of training have you guys been going through in the out season? Have you kept them pushing all the way through the Christmas period before we started for Chongqing?
No, we keep on our system like the last years. We have slight adaptations every year, so that's what our national team trainers Reinhard Scherer and Robert Messner are doing all the time. They are always thinking after a season. They analyze what we can change, where we have to do more, and it's very important to have a break. It's not a long break especially for Jacob. He had the last competition in November, and then already at Christmas time they started with the training, with the preparation, and we stayed for 1 week in Fontainebleau to get a little bit free in the head for all the
Outside
training in the gym. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, but yeah, we had a good start in Chongqing, and we will see what's going on today in the afternoon and tomorrow.
Well, we had Anna obviously over in Chongqing just recently, gold medal there straight away, and then you've just been over to the Army Cup as well, haven't you? The World Championships. Tell us a little bit about the Army Championships.
Yeah, I wasn't there, but they had to be there. So Kilian, Anna, and Jacob, and it was not so easy for them because we arrived on Monday and they left Austria on Tuesday morning just to go straight away to Annecy. It's not that far, 6-7 hours from Innsbruck, but they felt pretty comfortable there. It was a really nice competition, a perfect organization, and maybe it was quite good for them because there were some other climbers they know from the World Cup circuit like Mina, Jana, Yevgenia Malamid, and some others, so they had a really cool time there as well.
And that was the top three, was it not, at the end of it? So it was Anna took the gold, and Evgenia was second, I think, and then Mina Markovic third?
Yeah, I think that's correct. And Jana also took a medal in the speed comp, and in the lead comp, so I think it was a pretty nice competition there.
So even though it's so busy and you're rushing from one to the next, these guys obviously, because there is I feel, even just walking around, there's no real divide between countries. I mean, you're talking about, well, we've had events before where physios from the Austrian team have looked at members from other countries that might have had an injury. There's a very kind of communal feeling to sport climbing,
Yes.
I feel. There's a very kind of, it's like a family. Everybody gets on with everybody.
Yes, maybe we live another philosophy in climbing. It's not different in climbing out, climbing on rock or climbing at competition. It's the same atmosphere. All those who did both, they know, and I think they can compete, or they can look how strong they are on the wall, but beside the wall, okay, we are all human beings and we are all climbers. Yeah, we all love our sport, and yeah, everybody gets help from everyone.
I think it is that. It's the love for the sport kind of just
Yes.
quashes any other kind of, like, maybe the arguments that might be, or qualms between different teams or different participants. We had a question come through on the Twitter feed for you just a few moments ago. Someone's asking, are there any tips that you would give advice-wise towards training? As in any kind of words of wisdom from the head Austrian coach as to how to improve training for their climbing?
Okay, this is a really hard question because
Yeah.
every climber is really individual. So a good beta would be you have to find your own system, how to improve your climbing skills, your technique, and your power. To look what the others do could be a really big problem. We had this in the past, especially in Innsbruck, when all the climbers see how Jacob or Anna or Kilian, how they train, and then they try to copy that. This is
And it's
really,
negative.
Yeah, this is really bad.
Has a negative effect.
But always keep motivation, never give up, and look that you have a lot of diversification.
Diversity?
Diversity, yes.
Yeah. Yeah,
Not
so
only doing the same and not only working on the strange.
so
should
keep
always
changing your
working
schedule
on
as
the
to what you're
weaknesses,
working on.
yes.
Yeah. But then, what would you say, as in, looking at Kilian and Jakob and Anna, the differences between their own training style and schedules? Is it very, very drastic? I mean, let's look at Kilian and Jakob for an example.
It's very drastic, the difference.
Drastically different.
Yes.
What can you tell us about them? I mean,
Jacob trains a lot more than Kilian because Kilian has another way how to train. Kilian needs a lot more change in his train, and Jacob trains more. He's more focused on the plan. Kilian needs to be a little more freedom. So that's the main difference. But they all train really hard and a lot and strong. And
Can you tell me what you mean when you say Jakob focuses on the plan? Do you mean the beta of the wall, or is it like that he has a very structured training regime?
As you know, they all have their personal trainers.
Yeah.
We have national trainers, Rupert Messner and Nocera. They train with them, and Kilian has probably a little more freedom in that what he is doing, and Jacob has for Jacob, he likes more to have a clear plan what he has to do. He has more structure.
Yeah. So what else can we see or expect from the Austrian team this year? Do we have any of the younger athletes moving up from the junior circuit onto the seniors this year? Any new additions?
I think so that the team will be almost the same. We will have some upcomings, some talents at the World Cup in Kitzbühel and in Innsbruck, and yeah, we will see. But the team will be more or less the same.
Heiko, thank you very much for talking to us.
You're
Always
welcome.
a pleasure. Heiko Wilhelm was the head of the Austrian team.
Bye.
Thank you, Heiko.
Anna Lehtinen, allez Anna. On dit que la Canadienne sur le dernier bloc fait une belle montée pour se rapprocher du bloc final. Allez Thomasina Puccio du Canada, le bloc numéro 5, ah non, ça ne suffira pas, ça repart en arrière.
Well, guys, we're going to bring up the results as they stand at the end of this rotation. So just under 2 minutes, we'll have a look at the result list and who we're looking at in that all-important top 20 places. We'll bring that up for you in just a few moments' time.
Et là on part en arrière, c'est la chute, la gravité.
Hopefully, Kevin,
Contre la gravité.
Heiko's advice, something to bear in mind. As he said, it's an extremely difficult question, I imagine. The Austrians have that, as he said, the individual trainers with every single climber. They've got one person that works specifically with them and sets their training schedules specifically for them. Kilian kind of almost doesn't have a training schedule. He just climbs when he feels like climbing. You can do that when you've been world number 1 or 2 since 2006, So in a few moments, we'll just bring up the results for you. We can have a brief look at that. At the moment, we're looking at Thomasina Pigeon in the bottom right-hand corner of the screen. We're looking at Anna from Finland in the bottom left-hand corner of the screen. And Leah Crane is also still there for GBR. This is her 4th climb. She's just had the 1-minute timer come up on that one. A tweet from Kieran John saying all this IFSC talk makes me wish I was at home and could watch rather than being at work staring at spreadsheets. So if anyone is watching that is a friend of Kieran, tell him that there is such a thing called pulling a sickie, and it's very important that he starts to employ that in future.
Come on Thomasina. Allez Thomasina du Canada.
I am, of course, joking. So, 3 seconds left on the clock. Let's have a look at these results as they stand at the moment then. Here at the women's qualification round in Millau. Have the men's qualifications coming for you at 3 p.m. local time to us here later on today. That might be different where you are, unless you're joining us. And if you are joining us from anywhere in France and you might be nearby, do come down. There's a lot of things set up outside for people to come and enjoy. So here are the qualifications results as they stand at the moment. So Melissa Mileve making it through there. Kim Yain in equal 7th with Mina Leslie Wojastic. So it looks like we are going to be seeing 2 Brits at least in the first top 9 here. Alex Puccio makes it through in 4th. Moka Oda just pipping her to it like she did in Chongqing, actually. In fact, other than Akiyo Noguchi, our 2nd, 3rd and 4th were our 1st, 2nd and 3rd in Chongqing. Interesting to see how the form is changing and how some stay the same. So this is our 2nd page here. Katarina Savin making it through. Julia Worm, despite the difficult run that she had earlier today and not looking too good or too pleased about her attempt. She's there in 11th place. Petra Klingler making it through at the moment as well. A couple of French athletes as well for you, Anne-Laure Chevrier and Cécile Lavezou. Tatiana Schemmel-Keen and Monica Recchi as well. Monica Recchi, who we saw in the final in Chongqing, still making it through. And here is the cutoff point with Manon Chapet with one top in one attempt, one bonus in one attempt in 20th place. Rebecca Stott's above her with one top in one attempt, 3 bonuses though in 9. And that's as it stands at the moment. So Sassol rather, not making it through unfortunately. So back to the action now, bring up the climbers that are now just coming out for us. French athlete here now is Julia Chanaudy. She's just having a look at women's problem 2. Swiss athlete here as well now, Anja Hodan. Sorry, Swedish athlete. A shout out on the Twitter feed as well to get anybody that is currently watching over, if you haven't already, onto the Facebook page and click like on Sport Climbing 2020. 20 more fans. That's what we want by the end of the qualifications. I think there's a target there. I'm not sure what number we're on. We always like to up that one whenever we're out at these competitions. So guys, if you are watching and you haven't done that yet, get yourself onto Facebook and help us push towards being in the Olympics in 2020.
Le physique qui est nécessaire et qui est un petit peu différent par rapport au rythme qui est demandé, un rythme beaucoup plus endurant qui est demandé sur les compétitions.
And now out on problem 1, we have Hélène Janicot, the lady that I was talking about with Sami, one of the coaches from France a few moments ago. Took gold at Briançon. I know, Sheila, if you're watching now, she is out. Should be pleased to see her. Hélène Janicot, relatively young athlete, already very well known and respected on the lead circuit. Only 19 years old. From Clermont-Ferrand. She was second at the Female Juniors Lead European Youth Championship in Zermatt in France in 2012. Predominantly a lead climber, just making a move into the bouldering season. We're starting to see that more often now from a lot of climbers moving from lead onto bouldering, or indeed bouldering onto lead. Thomasina Pidgeon was out a few moments ago, and she's another climber that does lead and bouldering. Her teammate then just to the top right there, Julia Chanaudy. On the bottom left we have Eileen Yubs Angarita of Spain, next to Elsa Ponzo, and then Anja Hodan of Sweden. Out on problem 5 at the moment. And there is Anja Hodan making an attempt on problem 5 here as well. Any questions you guys might have, do send them in to us on the Twitter feed, and that is by using the hashtag IFSCWC. And don't forget as well, another shout out from the IFSC, that it is Follow Friday. So get yourself, or give us rather, a helping hand by using the hashtag FF and putting in at IFSC LIMBING. So it's IFS Climbing with the capital. And that's the IFSC's official Twitter. On the top left then, a new athlete out now from Great Britain. I believe it's Jill Peat, but I will double check. Oh, sorry, no, it's Michaela Tracy. Michaela Tracy starting out on problem 1. Leah Crane finishing up on problem 5 now. She needs another top here. Otherwise she's going to be dangerously close to the cut-off point of what we've just seen, the 20th place. One top in one attempt. Above that, I believe, is 3 tops.
Il y en a d'autres. Voilà, je connais pas l'origine. Et où s'entraîne chaque grimpeuse, mais voilà, elle vient du sud-ouest, elle vient de Midi-Pyrénées, il faut la soutenir. C'est pas l'Aveyron, mais presque. Allez Marco.
3 minutes 35 left on the clock. Plenty of time for Leah to make another attempt on this one. Margot Puccio of France on the top right. Leah Crane trying some different tactics here around problem 5. Starting to push up here. She's got cries of alley on. Very, very, very close. She managed to get the right foot in there, but she pushed away from the wall to help her with the dyno across. Got both hands, I think, both on the final hold, but just too big a swing, too fast a move to that final hold there. 1 minute 50 left on the clock. More than enough time. Leah can get back up on that wall. Maybe a different tactic, a slightly more static tactic. And a huge thank you from us here as well for our volunteer cameramen that have come to help us out. Doing a fantastic job down here. Good news for you guys though as well, if you like climbing. We've got a fair few hours left to come today. We'll be back with you after this finishes at 3 p.m. local time for the men's qualifications.
Alors une canne à pêche, c'est quand on déclenche le mouvement en prenant l'élan avec le bras ou avec la jambe. Là, c'était une canne à pêche avec la jambe. Oh, le jeté, ça tient. Extraordinaire.
Unbelievably, Leah Crane with 37 seconds left on the clock does it the exact same way she just did and manages to stick that final move there. There is a top for Leah Crane, the first female athlete we've seen to top problem 5 in a good long while. So I believe that's 3 tops now for Leah Crane, which should secure her a place in the semi-finals. A fantastic finish up there for her as well. We're now with Anna Leitinen of Finland. She's over in problem 4. Struggling a little bit there. And another turnaround for us as well. I believe this might be our last athlete out. It is, it's Yuka Kobayashi of Japan. She's out on problem 1, so that's our final athlete out for today for the women's. Hopefully you've enjoyed it. And then in about 25 minutes time, we'll be wrapping up here for a little while, take a short break and be back with you for the men's qualifications at 3 p.m. Some support then pouring in for Leah from Bex Carpenter on the Twitter feed saying, yes, Leah, well done. Perfect way to finish up your run of the problems. A last minute finish, problem 5. Hopefully put her in a good mood to start attacking the semis tomorrow. Hélène Janicot now on problem 2.
Dans son effort, allez, la souplesse pour remonter le pied. Gamba, gamba.
And the most successful attempts with this problem 2 have been from this start hold that Hélène is just getting into, to go up with the right, I believe, instead of the left. No, sorry, with the left, and do exactly what she just did then, with the heel hook in onto that that hold on the right-hand side as well. I think she's got the right tactic there. In the one she just tried, she just slipped off the wall. But with that heel hook, you can secure a little bit steadier, that lean out then to the green one next to it. There you are, she's matched on that one now. Just slipping off there. Any support for Hélène, send it in.
Beaucoup de précision au quart de millimètre et donc forcément beaucoup d'essais, beaucoup de chutes. Donc je vous invite à revenir nombreux cet après-midi pour voir les qualifications masculines, mais bien sûr demain pour les phases de demi-finale et de finale. Allez, Hélène Janicot, membre de l'équipe de France de difficulté, qui là est mise en échec sur le bloc numéro 2. Ah, le bloc, c'est vraiment quelque chose de très difficile. C'est un rythme. Il faut switcher. Bloc, difficulté, difficulté, bloc. Et trouver la bonne mesure.
Yuka Kobayashi still on the ground here, just making another attempt on women's problem 1.
Voilà, je sais que déjà beaucoup d'entre vous se sont rués sur les panini au roquefort, aux chèvres, aux mozzarella.
Hélène Janicot, another attempt on problem 2, cries of alley from the crowd. See some of the athletes still hanging around by the bottom of the wall, just watching to see how everybody else does. You can see Mina and Leah and Diane from GBR standing at the front there. Tito is here as well from France.
If you're hungry, you can have some beers, sandwiches, panini, with good, very good French cheese and Italian cheese at the bar.
1 minute left on the clock. The alarm's just gone. Hélène Janicot.
And also
another push here for her. Tried a different tactic there. Elsa Ponzo in this tricky position just before the final move. And she's got her hand up onto the blue volume instead. We saw some of the athletes using that. Looks like her feet just weren't quite in the right position to hold that one there. Yuka comes down again as well. More cries of alley for Hélène. He does not look happy at all. 20 seconds left on the clock. Yulia Shanadi has just called it a day on women's problem 3. We're still with Aileen Ubers Angarita of Spain. Down again. And unfortunately, with 3 seconds, it looks like that's going to be it for those athletes as we wait for another turnaround here. So Michaela Tracy now in the top right-hand corner of your screen. Didn't do too well on problem 1. She now comes out on problem 2. From Lithuania, Ruta Kershiolte in the bottom left-hand side of the screen, and Anna Leitinen of Finland on the bottom right.
Il fallait s'étalonner, il fallait se jauger par rapport à l'intensité d'effort qui était demandée sur certains blocs, notamment au bloc numéro 2 et le bloc numéro 3, où on a vu Anna Stöhr et Akiyo Noguchi en difficulté, mais aussi Shauna Coxsey. Et donc là, on voit les grimpeurs.
Here's Michaela Tracy Straight with the heel hook here. Trying to get some leverage up to get to that green hold next to it. Martin, a question there asking, why is there already a result list on your website for the men's boulders at the current comp? That's actually the start list order, Martin. For the men's on the website there, that's still the start list. And next to it is the women's, and I believe that the women's are in order, but I don't think the results are actually up there yet. Try and get them confirmed for you, and we'll bring up some results when we finish up at the end here as well. And the men starts at 3 p.m. local time here. Michaela making another attempt.
Joli dynamisme pour la finlandaise qui nous fait aussi une belle canne à pêche.
Is Anna.
Anna Lehtinen, allez Anna. Come on Anna. Voilà.
Making her final climb of today. Moving over to the left, in that split position. Cries of allez from our compere, our local compere. Some French support for a Finnish athlete.
Changement de côté, changement de bord. Il y a beaucoup de tâtonnements, mais ça fait partie de la discipline, ça fait partie du bloc, et notamment sur ces blocs.
Tricky here. Use the head then for a moment to try and secure that position. Got to get these feet sorted out.
Allez, allez Anna, you can do it. Come on.
Anna Lehtinen tries to go straight for the top like we saw Leah do a few moments ago, but no joy. No joy then, just briefly from Michaela Tracy back down on the ground. Just had news in though from the IFSC's Twitter saying, yes, you did it, thanks to the 2020's dream, 17,000 fans. And by the way, let's reach 18,000 by this afternoon. That's very, very brave of them to say. 1,000 fans in an afternoon. We'll go to get through, so we'll try for another 1,000 for you. Any of you guys watching at home, if we give you 5 hours of climbing, the deal is you have to give us 1,000 likes. $17,000 followers though, that is quite an achievement, and every click helps towards that 2020 push. The decision comes in September. We're one of 7 shortlisted sports for possible entry into the 2020 Olympic Games. Just to put that in perspective for you guys, climbing is the only one of the basic human movements that is not represented in the Olympic Games. I'll start you off with some. Some are running. So one is running, one is swimming. We were talking about this at the World Youth Championships in Singapore just recently. If you can think of the others, send them in onto the Twitter. Use hashtag IFSCWC. There are 6, I believe, in all basic human movements, and climbing is the only one not represented with an Olympic sport. Anna Lehtinen now pushing into that similar position we saw her in just a moment ago, trying relatively similar tactic here. Reaching up with the left onto the blue volume just above her. That was the buzzer there. The judges are very strict on that one, so athletes are called down from the wall, and we welcome back Yuka Kobayashi now onto problem 2.
Avec Julia Chanourdi au bloc numéro 4, qui nous vient de Haute-Savoie. Avec Hélène Janico au bloc numéro 3, qui nous vient...
Holly B has just sent in one of the other ones. Yes, jumping is another one. So we're up to 3, guys. There are 6 altogether. We've got running, swimming, and jumping so far. We know that climbing's in there, so there's 4. There's 2 more. You guys send them in to us. Let us know your thoughts. Yuka Kobayashi up in the top right-hand corner of your screen now. Eileen Yubzangarita in the bottom right. And our 2 French athletes, Julia Chalandi and Hélène Janico, in the bottom left. That 5 minutes went particularly quick. We're already back with Hélène. Problem 3 for Hélène. And of course, this is an interesting one for her. She's used to a lead wall.
Allez, Julia. Mouvement d'épaule extrêmement physique. Allez, Julia, encore.
Gabby's got another one of the basic human movements. Throwing is another one. We're up to 5, guys. We're so close. Give me one more. Let me know what you think it is. So we've got throwing, jumping, running, swimming, climbing, and there's one more. Let me know what you think it is. Hélène Janico in a very good position here, though, very close. And there is a top for Hélène Janico. So another comeback after the problems of problem 2. A success on problem 3 there for Hélène. Yuka Kobayashi here on problem 2, though. I'm loving some of these ideas that people have sent in. Procrastinating as a basic human movement, or falling. No, Celeb Spot has got the final one, and well done to you as well. Weightlifting is one, so lifting is another one of the basic human movements. But don't you think that that's absolutely shocking that climbing isn't in the Olympics, and it is one of the basic human movements? If you do think so, get yourself onto Facebook, get yourself onto Twitter, start spreading the word, get over onto the 2020 page. You can find that by writing Sports Climbing 2020, all in one word on the Facebook, on the face space, and get yourself on there and click like on there as well. And the quicker you do it, the quicker I'll stop asking. That's always a benefit for you guys. Yuka Kobayashi with another attempt. Yulia Shanodi now still on the ground, looking at problem 4 after a top for Hélène Janico just a few moments ago. Well, we're coming towards the end of the day here now, guys. Well, I say day, the end of the qualifications rather, I do apologise. We're going to take a short break, back with the men's qualifications at 3 p.m. local time. Hopefully you can join us again for that one. We'll be starting in the same manner, so it's seeded. So our highest ranked climbers in the world will come out first. So you're going to be looking at athletes like Dimitri Sharafutinov, Rustam Galmanov, Jakob Schubert, Sean McCall is here as well. And they'll be coming out at the start, so don't miss it. Make sure you're here sharp at 3. Look forward to speaking to you guys again then as well. We'll actually be coming back to you about 5:02. So 2:55 local time, and that's just to bring you up with the start lists, say hello to you guys, get everybody settled with whatever foods and beverages they need to see them through the 5 long hours of qualifications. And then we have all the excitement of the semis and the finals to come as well for you tomorrow. So 37 seconds left on the clock. Yuka Kobayashi still on the ground here. Good position here though for Yulia Shanodi. Commentator's curse. Up to the bonus though, and that could help.
Yuka Kobayashi, la japonaise dans le dernier bloc, mais non, ça en sera terminé, elle abandonne, elle capitule. C'est dur d'être la dernière et en plus d'être mise en échec.
Another thing that we haven't thought about is trying to get ourselves trending on Twitter. The more times you retweet about the IFSC, the more time you put the hashtag on there as well. I think it should hopefully be working. Let's try and get us up to trending. I'll announce that again when we start with the men's qualifications.
Au bloc numéro 3, au bloc numéro 4, on a Margot Puccio. Et au bloc numéro 5, on a la lituanienne Ruta Kershvili.
Kayla Tracy not having too good a time of things here on problem 3. Plenty of time though, 4 minutes left on the clock. Next to her, French athlete Margot Puccio. Making making a start on women's problem 4.
Allez, c'est parti, c'est bien parti, je dirais pour Margot Puccio. Ah, ça ne marchait pas. Et un cri de rage. Cri de rage, vous allez le voir chez les garçons, on les voit plus souvent crier de rage, crier dans le mouvement. C'est le ki dans l'art martial pour avoir un supplément d'énergie, un supplément de force avec l'énergie qui vient du diaphragme, qui se dilate, alors on crie. Et là, il s'agissait de l'anglaise Michaela Tracy, bloc numéro 3. C'est motivant et ça permet de se libérer d'une certaine pression. Et voilà, c'est reparti pour Margot Puccio. Allez Margot, allez Margot. Come on Michaela, come on, come on.
Cry of rage there from Michaela Tracy. 2 minutes 25 left on the clock. A Lithuanian athlete as well now. 2 minutes left on the clock for Ruta. I think he's the first athlete I've seen to climb with glasses on, apart from possibly Adam Ondra at some point. Tweet there from Jeremy Zaborowski saying, looks like the first couple of hours at work are going to be awesome. Live bouldering calls on IFSC climbing, IFSC.tv, IFSC WC. Thank you, Jeremy. Where do you work that you're allowed to watch these things? One minute left on the clock. Is Ruta going to make another attempt at the wall? Michaela's having another go here with 35 seconds left. Another scream. For those of you watching this picture right now, that man that's eating in the middle and pointing, that is the French coach that I spoke to earlier. That's Sami Remy. And he'll be on the replay as well. If you missed any of the chats that we've been having so far, talked to Alex Puccio earlier today about injuries and how she's finding it, and the US team and things like that. Then we chatted to Sami Remy, the French coach, about the French athletes and their training. And then we chatted to Heiko Wilhelm as well, the Austrian coach. Always a pleasure talking to the coaches. So Yuka Kobayashi here, and next to her, Hélène Janicot on problem 4, We saw a top out of her on problem 3 a few moments ago.
Voilà, je vous en avais parlé du talent de Julia Chanourdi qui se rapproche là, qui touche le bac final du bloc numéro 5. Allez Julia, sortir ce 5e bloc, ça te ferait du bien. Tu peux le faire. Il faut l'avoir dans le viseur.
I was deliberately not saying anything there when Ellen Janico was on the wall. I know there's a lot of support on the Twitter feed and from people watching back at home for Janico. She was in a fantastic position with the bonus hold there. She just needed to move around to the left. There's a tiny, tiny hold I think she just missed. Here we go again with Alain Janico. A minute 25 left on the clock. Chanourdi here, moving over to the left. That's the 1 minute alarm going off here for her as well. Pushing up into a standing position. That was relatively close. Again from Janico. Foot up now, how is she going to cross? 2 French athletes left on the wall now. Really coming to the end of the day here, guys. I hope you've enjoyed the coverage so far. Yuka Kobayashi to come out and do 2 more climbs. You're going to see her on problem 4 and 5. But only roughly 15 minutes left to go before we bid you adieu for a while and come back again at 3 p.m. with the men's qualies. I know I've been joined by quite a few of the Harrogate climber gang. You are now forever dubbed the Harrogate Hustlers, and any of you Harrogate Hustlers, please get spreading the word around before we come back with the men's qualifications, and let's have some more support please in the chat room. Get everybody onto Twitter as much as you can using the hashtag IFSCWC. Back with Michaela Tracy. And next to her is Margot Puccio.
Allez, Margot Puccio, dans le dernier bloc. Midi-Pyrénées à l'honneur. Allez Margot.
Very quick here from Puccio to get up to the bonus hold. Doesn't seem to be a problem for the athletes to get to this bonus hold. It's this cross here that we've had all the issues with throughout the day, and the final push up. Again, just in a tricky position there. We're talking to Alex Puccio about this problem 5 earlier, saying how it is almost counterintuitive to try and use a drop knee there with the right leg before trying to push up to the final hold. We've seen a couple of climbers dyno onto the final hold, a massive jump, and actually managed to hold it. Well, apparently, according to Sport Climbing Australia, we have 22 million people in Australia. It's frothing at the mouth, waiting to see James Coxsey later on in action. The only thing I can say to that is, why are the other 620,600 not watching James Coxsey later on? And how come all of you haven't liked the Facebook page yet? Those are my questions. Those are my questions for you, Australia. Thank you for watching anyway. Nice to have you with us.
Qui peut faire ce bloc? Oui, il passe. Ah, c'est bon, ça fait plaisir, Margot.
That was a fantastic finish there. Didn't seem like it was going to happen, then right at the last it does. 1 minute 15 left on the clock, but Margot Puccio makes her final top there on problem 5. Seems to be a running trend on problem 5, so at the very last moment, even with a climber that has been having problems and struggling throughout the rest of the other 4 here, seems to just pull it out of the bag on problem 5. Now that was the intended idea of Manu, the chief route setter here. He said that 5 was only supposed to be a 6C plus, so it was one of the easier ones. I think we've just had a problem with reading the beta throughout the day from certain athletes, and it's just not quite worked out the way that we thought it would. But a fantastic...
Et avant-dernière, compétitrice à passer sur le bloc numéro 5. Allez Hélène, tu peux le faire. C'est dans tes cordes.
Janico for another attempt here. Again, trying to match on the green hold. A little bit more static this time, looking a little bit more comfortable. So close, got a hand slapped onto it, but just not enough to secure it. Hand thrown in the air here, almost like Hélène doesn't quite know what she's going to do. Yuka is still on the ground as well, Yuka Kobayashi. 1 minute 55 left on the clock.
Et Yuka Kobayashi, dans sa dernière minute au bloc numéro 4. Yuka Kobayashi, Gamba, qui est une grimpeuse de niveau, de top niveau mondial, qui a été blessée malheureusement, qui ici est en échec. Et Hélène Jalico qui est repartie dans son bloc numéro 5, s'il vous plaît, qu'il faut absolument soutenir et porter pour qu'elle réussisse ce bloc. Allez Hélène Jalico.
Unfortunately, that is it for Hélène Janico. Another turnaround, no top there for her on problem 5. Will the 2 tops be enough to see her through into the semi-finals? Michaela Tracy back out now on problem 5 for her final climb of the day. Before we are joined by Yuka Kobayashi for hers as well. So just 10 minutes left, guys, now of the program. Before we take a short break, back with you a little bit later on today. Michaela Tracy, 21 years old, from London, born in 1991. Best result so far to date was a 9th place at the Female Youth A-Lead European Youth Series in Kran in Slovenia in 2007. And quite a break then between 09, before we saw her again. It was just previously climbing on this problem 5, was actually the athlete to take gold at Briançon, Hélène Janico, in that very same league competition. Michaela Tracy came 51st there. Michaela making the bonus here on problem 5, trying to push out to the left. We're going to see a different tactic here for her. Is she going to be able to hold on to this for one, actually? Looks very, very tentative at the moment. A little bit uncomfortable here. Fortunately, no. 2 minutes and 20 left on the clock here. Just a mention to the Harrogate Hustlers, I'd definitely say it's the first one of those, Holly B. 2 minutes under now left on the clock from Michaela Tracy. One attempt done, up to the bonus hold, so she's got the bonus already here. Is she going to be able to push past that point? She looked shaky even on the lean out towards the green. Let's hope she can summon up some strength at the end of the day here. So we start again now with Michaela Tracy. One minute 10. And that's the 1 minute alarm. You can see really struggling with the arms here. pained expression on her face. She's trying to make this cross. This is a little bit better. Just pushing herself away from the wall. I thought with 2 feet on there, I'll be able to try and stand a little bit. You can see the incline of the wall there. Talking to Alex Puccio earlier today. And we now welcome our final climb of the women's qualifications for Yuka Kobayashi, coming out now on female problem 5. While the brushes emerge from the gloomy shadows. Make sure that the wall is ready for her to make her attempt on this one. Yuka also predominantly a lead climber. That brusher is not happy with the state of the wall. Yuka wants to start. Again, extremely quick to get up to this top position here. Looking a lot more comfortable than we saw Michaela Tracy a few moments ago. It's what she does from here. She's managed to stand. She's using a drop knee. That was a very high drop knee then. That was roughly at where the red tape mark is on the bonus hold. We've seen most of the athletes that tried using the drop knee, using it lower down, roughly where the green mark is at the bottom of the blue volume there. That's roughly where the foot was landing to get the right amount of push and nice and slow and steady to try and lever themselves up onto the final hold. It's definitely the right tactic that she's using there. Just needs to possibly drop that knee a little bit lower than she was a few moments ago. 3 minutes left on the clock, plenty of time. Noguchi with the handheld video camera next to Saki Hagiwara. Members of the same team. Another attempt here for Yuka Kobayashi. Is she going to adjust the tactic she tried a few moments ago? Let's hope not too much. Again though, looking very comfortable here. Moving into this position. A bit slippery there then. Just wasn't quite comfortable with the right hand on the bonus hold there. Plenty of time, Yuka. You can hear cries of Gamba from the girls at the bottom of the wall. One minute 30. Come on, Yuka, we want to go out with a bang. So close on the first attempt, less so on the second. So Alex Puccio doing very similar climb. Both hands on the final hold on her first attempt. I thought Alex was actually going to flash problem 5 and then just struggled to get up to the same position again.
Allez, Gamba, Gamba, Yuka Kobayashi. Plus qu'une minute, dernière minute de compétition et on pourra clore cette qualification.
Suddenly not comfortable holding that bonus hold with the right hand. Keeps just slipping back. 50 seconds. Is she going to make one last attempt, taking some chalk? She's going to. She needs to do it now.
Spécialiste de difficulté, parmi les meilleurs mondiaux en difficulté, et qui vient se mesurer aux compétitions internationales de bloc. Et l'année dernière, elle a fait plusieurs phases finales. Et là, cette année, elle est un petit peu en deçà de son niveau réel parce qu'elle revient de blessure au genou. Voilà, mais ce sera terminé.
Yuka, unfortunately, 20 seconds left.
Pour la qualification masculine. Et en attendant,
that's our cameraman just making sure that you will definitely know what problem we were on. Yuka seems to be getting lower and lower every time, and the teammates just keep pushing her to get up there, but unfortunately it looks like she's calling it a day there. That's the end of her. So guys, let's have a brief look for you now while the route setters come out with the results as they stand for the women qualifications. Akiyo Noguchi then in first place, 5 tops in 6 attempts, 5 bonuses in 6. Anna Stöhr below her, Moka Oda. Anna Stöhr, interesting to point out, 5 tops in 12 attempts. Saw this happening in Chongqing as well. Anna taking more attempts on 1 or 2 boulders to try and get up there, but still one of the only 2 to have got through with all 5 bouldering problems topped. Moka Oda underneath her then, Alex Puccio in 4th place, Mina Markovic in 5th, Shauna Coxsey in 6th. Tied 7th, Kim Yain and Mina Leslie Wajastik. A bit of conjecture over how the injury is there at the moment. Heiko is telling us that it looked like a bad injury for Kim Yain when she fell off the wall earlier and jarred her knee. And I am being told by other people that it looks like it's going to be okay and she hasn't pulled out. Melissa Leneve in 9th place then. Moving on to the second page. Katerina Salvian, Julian Worm, Olga Yakovleva, Sabine Bakker, Anne-Marie Chevrier, Cecile Abazou, Tatiana Shemolinkina, Monica Recci and Petra Klingler, Swiss athlete there, then moving forward into the semis. And here's our cut-off point, and it hasn't changed still. Manon Chapet at 20th place, 1 top in 1 attempt, 1 bonus in 1 attempt. And tied now with Fanny Gibbert. Also with 1 top in 1 attempt and 1 bonus in 1 attempt as well. So those are our 20th. Sass Sol unfortunately just missing out, and there are the rest just underneath them missing out as well. But those are our 20 athletes that we'll be seeing tomorrow for the semi-finals. We're going to take a brief break now. We'll be back joining you live at about 5 to 3, 2:55 p.m. getting ready for the men's qualifications. I've been Daniel Finn. I hope you've enjoyed the show. From all of us, we'll see you in a little while.